Come on in. Let me get Dr. Alicia. Come on in. And I don't have no music. Let me get some music. Hey, y'all. How are y'all doing? We're going to be going live right now. Go ahead and invite some people. We're going to be taking y'all's questions. So please come on in the room. Come on in the room. Tonight, we are going to be discussing, does Black love, do you believe in it? Do you believe in Black love? Do you think you can have Black love? Are you going to have Black love one day? At the end of our talk, we are definitely going to. Hello, Dr. Alicia. She's about to come soon. Oh, I can request to join, accept. Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing, Jasmine? How you feeling?
You know, this is a different week. I got my mind together. I got my heart together. I got my spirit together. I took a self-care day. I took time to myself. I did have to remember I'm a business owner, so I can't necessarily take all year with it, but I definitely got myself together. I talked it out. So many people called me, texted me, checked on me. I felt the love that you was giving me, that so many people online were giving me. And honestly, Dr. Leash, I had so many people sending me nice stuff. People were just like, Jasmine, I'm proud of you. Thank you for sharing your story. It was more positive than it was negative. And I just had to look at the statistics of it. So overall, the talk helped. I needed to get it out. And it didn't look pretty last week. It wasn't sexy last week. It was, but I finally feel like I got a small piece of justice. My video made it to people that can actually help me with it. So I think it's true. With no justice, there's no peace. And it was hard for me to find some peace. I ain't had no justice. Still don't, but I'm more at peace with the fact that at least my story has reached people and it didn't just go to the wayside.
Yeah, because you were talking a lot about how you felt as if you didn't have a support system, but it sounds as like you actually do have a support system to call upon. So,
yeah,
you have to remember these people. I'm included, and there's a lot of other friends and family, probably family. I don't know anyone in your family, but I'm sure there are a lot of other people that would love to support you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I've been waiting for 8 years on some of these people. So maybe year 8, that's when they'll come around,
Yeah, and I think they're there. I think they're close to you. I also think that I feel really good that you talked about self-care and doing things for yourself, because you have to have, you can't have sadness and you can't have anxiety or any of those things as long as you're in a relaxed body. And you're nice and calm, and you do things for yourself that you know is going to be really helpful for you, because you have to, all of the things that you want to accomplish, all of the things you want to do, you could sabotage it if you're depleted. You have to be in a place where you can receive it. You have a clear mind. It's always nice to just have a plan that's embedded in your daily activities that will help you deal with the problems of the world, because you have to be stable. Nothing can shake you off of your, I guess, box, so to speak, your square. People say, don't shake me off my square. But, that you have to keep in mind. So this is a good illustration for all of us.
Yes.
Because things will happen to us that's unexpected. And things will happen to us that shouldn't happen to us, like what happened to you. And it's important for us not to react to these things.
Right.
It could be self-defeating, but good job. You look great.
Thanks. I did make time to get my hair done that Monday.
Yeah.
And also with everything that went on, I really just learned that it's not even about that situation. It's how my expectations of people needed to shift. I can't expect things from people when they're going through their own motions of life. They have their own like day to day. They got their jobs, they got their kids, they got this. They can only do so much. So when I lower my expectations of people, and I really understood that, you know, you told me go outside and walk. I got some AirPods now, so I go outside. Even if I gotta be on the phone, I walked and I sat and I put my feet in the pool and I talked on the phone while I was on at the pool. So I was like, that was something different, right? Also, it's not raining in Dallas, by the way. It definitely did a tsunami last week. So I think that was super helpful. And I just literally I'm doing my best to live my life out loud, which means I had a therapy session right here live in front of all of y'all. And y'all saw how it all went down. I went from mad. I felt every emotion, like Nipsey said. I was outraged, scared, frightened. And then I was like, what the heck? That woman really did that to me. Now I'm like, I want to get back at you. And then it's like, when you don't feel safe, it's just like, well, what do you do then? You know, so it's just like so many emotions. But then I finally just came to the conclusion I am responsible for myself, how I react, like you said, being able to say, you know what, I'm a leader. That's really what came. I'm a leader. I put out negative energy in a way, like it was negative. It was like, I'm like, where's she at? And I got positive energy, but also from people that have known me, it seemed out of character. So I just have to respect, like, understand and take responsibility. You know, if I offended anybody, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of not. But like, I'm aware. I'm aware that as a leader, I have to do things a little differently. So next time, if I'm in any of these situations, hopefully it won't go in a negative way, or I won't be able to react the same way because it wouldn't have been my first time.
Yeah, it's funny, and you're talking about you were able to go outside and walk around eventually. So it's a metaphor that after the storm, you know, after there's a storm, there's always going to be sunshine, and there's always going to be a time for you to go outside, metaphorically speaking, where you can,
Yes.
you know, bathe in the sun or put your feet in the water and talk to people. So I think that's so important. And I'm not certain that you need to lower your expectations, Jasmine. I think, you know, having realistic expectations is important.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody said they don't know the story. Do you want to briefly?
You know,
Oh, then what happened? Can you give us some updates?
yes.
Some updates.
So last Friday, I went out with a friend who I had met only probably 6 days, and we were going to go bowling, and I wanted a bite to eat at P.F. Chang's. I was disrespected to the highest degree, and he was as well. I reacted. I posted it on social media because the awareness still needed to be there, because I don't think anybody would have believed that that even took place. And then B, PF Chang's reached out to me. They're completely apologetic. I have then talked to attorneys, Sean King, and also the Lee Morris. I want to say this is his name. He is an Esquire. He's an attorney. He has also saw what happened to me. So I have legal representation, as well as my story reached, I would say, the masses. It garnered over 20 something thousand on TikTok, over 20 something thousand on Instagram. You know, most people don't even talk to 20,000 people in their lifetime. So that was enough to be able to say, whoever needed to see that video, they saw it. And just, you know, that's kind of the story. You can go on my Instagram. I didn't delete too many things. I did take some things down that were a little irrational, I guess. But it was still truthful. But overall, I took down certain things in order to make sure that I kept my composure and who I am as a person. Also, Dr. Alicia, someone just asked, how do you control your emotions? I can say, as someone being born in March, I am an emotion. I wake up with an emotion. I go to sleep with an emotion. I sleep, breathe, and eat emotion. So I am still learning at 28 years old how to manage my emotions. So, Dr. Alicia, you know, if you got some words for the people, that's your first question for tonight.
Well, okay, before I get into emotions, I do want to say that Boyce put it up, Dr. Boyce put it up on his.
Yes, he put it up too.
I don't know how many views. It got a lot of views on Instagram, but I think on YouTube, he put it up on YouTube. It's got almost 100. I want to say 100,000 views.
Are you serious?
I think that's what he told me today. I asked him.
Oh my God.
If not 100,000, I think on all of his platforms together, it got about 100,000 views.
Wow.
Yeah, you
Didn't
talk
know that.
1,000 views. I'm like, okay. Wait till I tell her this.
Well, I would say that that experience had purpose, more than enough purpose attached.
That is funny. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm glad that you're giving us an update. It does seem as if people who can actually do something about it are taking interest, and keep us updated. I'm going to ask you about it next week.
Okay, I will. I'll keep you updated. You're about the
Oh,
only one I'm gonna keep updated. I'll do it for you.
just me and you.
And
Okay.
my therapist. And my therapist.
Oh my God. So the issue with emotions, and I think emotions come from feelings, right? So all of us have feelings, and it's so important for us to always be in tune with our feelings, right?
Yes.
How we feel. Emotions is how we express how we feel. So if you're sad, what's the best thing to do when you're sad?
Um,
You,
Isolate.
well, what do you do? What would be a great emotional thing to do when you're feeling sad?
When I feel sad, I go and rehearse everything that could have led to this experience, and then I like resonate on it on what I could have done to make this better, or like how did I get here. So I do a ton of self-reflection.
Okay, so people in the who's joined us, what do you all do? What's a good emotional thing to do when you're sad? Does anybody know? Sir Totem, Kayla Sultry, what do y'all do when you're sad in terms of your emotions? Does anybody know who else is in here? Mellow Daily.
I just go through the feelings knowing tomorrow will be better.
No,
I like that.
better. Okay, so I think when we talk about emotions, what you should do when you're sad is cry. Let yourself cry. And so that's an emotional thing. And a lot of people have like trained themselves not to cry. You have to have a way of when you start to realize that you're sad, crying is okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to cry.
People are saying stuff in the chat too. They're saying I'm
Yeah.
similar to Jasmine, but I actually have started to cry. Melanie from Atlanta, find an outlet, listen to favorite songs. Darnell said LOL. We're sure you're saying LOL, Darnell. I give myself space for the sadness.
Yeah, give yourself space for the sadness so that your emotion, because you don't want to cut yourself off from it, because you don't want to mitigate the process, because that's why we have so much addictions in our life.
Mm,
People have addictions because they want to cut themselves off from how they feel, because it is overwhelming to them. Sometimes feelings, and a lot of it is because when you were young growing up, you didn't have a person. It's interesting because babies do do the opposite, right? So have you ever seen a toddler? Have you seen a toddler get mad? What do they do when they get mad?
they like storm off, or
They get
like they
emotional.
start crying.
Yeah, they
They
get
start
emotional
crying.
and they throw something. They're emotional. And so what a nice responsive adult would say is, you must be really angry.
Mm,
So and it starts young. And so that's why it's important to make statements like that to children, especially toddlers who are just stepping into their body as human beings and trying to understand. They can't communicate how they feel. So they just act it all out in emotion. And so when they get angry, they throw things. And what a loving, understanding adult would say, oh, you must be really angry
yeah.
because you don't have
Um,
joy. And you say,
but
oh, well, that's a good reason to be angry.
yeah,
I would be
a
angry too
thing.
if I didn't have my toy. So it's important to connect as much as possible your feelings with the emotion, with the behavior.
Mm.
And it's in the problem why emotions can get out of control for a lot of us is that we need help regulating. So as toddlers need help regulating their emotion, they need to have a caring adult who's paying attention to them, who's, when they cry, that means they're sad or disappointed. You need to have an adult to say, oh my God, come here, let me help you. Someone to give them a hug, to pat their back. You as a parent or whoever is the primary caregiver for children growing up needs to be empathetic, because that creates, it really creates uh, an adult who can control their emotions because they've had somebody to demonstrate that for them. Because little children and babies, when they cry, there's something wrong. Babies only cry when they're hungry or sleepy or uncomfortable in some way. And so you need to have someone who's responsive, because when they grow up, there'll be someone who can control their emotions because they had a person early on help them regulate their emotions. And thus, when they get older, they'll be able to regulate their own emotions. And if you didn't have that growing up, it's not too late. You can start practicing. You can start practice. If you didn't have someone there for you, a trusted caretaker there for you to help you control your emotions when you were younger, you're probably difficult to get along with when you're older because you can't control your emotions, but you can do it for yourself. You can, there's things you can do, and you talked about it today, but the whole thing is whatever it takes for you to be in a relaxed body, so that you can look at how you feel and be able to connect how you feel with the behavior that you're doing, and the emotions that you want to express. And that's how you can
Mm.
control emotions.
Okay, my crab brother Fuller Field. Okay, he knows exactly why I'm saying this. He says I get mad because I was crying. I'm not. I get mad because I was crying if I'm not careful. So it's definitely a skill. And earlier he says I have to be careful sometimes because crying walks a thin line with anger. And I'm not gonna lie, Dr. Alicia. Like by the time I get to crying, I'm be upset. I'm like, why am I even here? Because my energy is normally at 10 and I'm a happy person. Also, T. Kurt said, it seems like this society don't accept men that cry, and it's almost as if we're weak and if we cry. That almost leads us to our next question, but do you want to comment on any of these things?
Crying, you release stress hormones when you cry. Tears have, scientists have analyzed tears, and tears have stress hormones in there. So really, crying really is therapeutic. And I think it's a shame, and we're getting away from this um, way of thinking where real men don't cry. I hope that we're getting away from that, because men are human beings. What is it? Men aren't robots. Like, they're human beings like all of us, and they should be allowed to cry in a safe space like anybody else. And so I think it's okay to shed tears, because it is your body's way. Shedding tears is your body's way of regulating yourself and releasing all of the cortisol in the brain that needs to be released so that you can be centered again.
Okay.
Yes.
Um, well, I think that, so what we talking about, I just came in. Okay, let's do a small reset. Hey everybody, y'all go ahead and just put some hearts in the chat. Just go ahead, show us some love.
Can I put
Send
some heart?
this no, not us, because we in it. Go ahead and
I'm
put
putting
some
some
hearts in
heart.
it, and then go ahead and share this to like 3 people that need to come and talk about the state of Black love, and if they believe in Black love. Tonight we are going to be talking about, like, do you believe in it? But one of the first things that we're going to talk about is like a hot topic, and that hot topic is that there's a devastating toll of men's loneliness, and that a lot of the headlines I've been seeing is that men are lonely. And I just want to know if y'all want to get vulnerable. If y'all don't, are men lonely right now? Y'all used to have a lot of women, so I'm trying to figure out where the switch happened. In my opinion, I'm like, I thought that the options were so grand, but articles are proving that it seems that men are actually very lonely. So, Dr. Alicia, you want to go there on
I,
it?
I read that article and I love it because it speaks to the fact that men have a lot of options. They have way more options. Some people think, I don't think so, but I think all of us have options. But there are some people who argue that men don't want to settle down because they got too many options and they don't know which one to choose. And that's sort of the narrative. But the thing is that when you have a whole lot of women around that you can pick from, how is anybody going to know you? Just because you have a whole bunch of women around, you need the part of love is to be seen and to be seen and to see someone else and to have that sort of intimacy that comes with developing a relationship with that special person. And so if you just have a bunch of superficial here and there, that's a very lonely existence.
Hmm.
And so I think this is what this is speaking to. Men may have 100 women around them, and if they are unseen, if they're only if they feel that the women only want them for one thing, or for money, or for security, or from these things that are very superficial, has nothing to do with who they are as a person. It is a very lonely existence, and I'm very happy this study came out, and I hope there'll be some more follow-up studies to look at this a little better, and to dig into this. But I'm all excited because there's no other group in the world that needs love than us in the Black community. So I'm happy that
Yes.
they're admitting this. You know, we've had so much hate given to us. Our whole existence in this country has been surrounded by all this hate, and we internalize a lot of that. And so love's in need of love, and I'm glad men are reporting this sense of loneliness, and maybe that'll be our first step to change some of the narrative, some of these terrible stereotypes that what manhood really means. Manhood means you're not supposed to cry, and manhood means you have to be promiscuous, and all of these definitions that I think we need to change about what truly manhood means. What do you say, Jazz?
I'm going to be honest. My perspective is always going to be just a little skewed because I studied engineering. I was like the three girls in the class with the 20 to 30 men. And I'm not going to lie, like, men pride themselves on how smart they are. They pride themselves on the money that they make. They pride themselves on, like, their accomplishments. But I would always try to search for the deeper meaning, and I would be like, are you really happy?
Mm-hmm.
Who cooking for you? Are you by yourself? Are you lonely? And they would like, dang, Jasmine, why you gotta ask me all this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I would be like, that degree ain't gonna hold you at night. That money
Mm-hmm.
ain't gonna hold you at night. Y'all are sexual beings, like y'all like to say, you know, I mean, you can please yourself in other ways, but at the end of the day, like,
Mm-hmm.
y'all are going to get to a point, especially like when you start hitting that 30s, you're like, oh, I'm going to reach a peak in my success if I don't have my life partner. Normally.
Mm-hmm.
So I can absolutely attest that men are probably lonely because they do have all the options, and because they do wait until they're 30 to like, oh, let me settle down. But like when you was in college, you had Shorty over here who was loving on you and gave you what you needed, but you fumbled her because you had all the other shorties, right? So it's like, I think it may be a little piece of karma. Like, maybe you should be lonely because you couldn't really settle down until you was like at this age. And now you wonder, man, all the good girls are taken. Why now everybody want a hot girl summer and she just want me to take her out? Because the times have changed, because all of y'all was messing over the good ladies up in college, and they tired, and they like, we want what y'all want. Options. We want what y'all want. We want money too. We want what y'all want. Y'all don't want us. We don't want you either. So I see both sides of the fence. But, to be honest, this article that I'm reading right now, Dr. Alicia,
Mm-hmm.
it says men often don't have close friends. It says in heterosexual relationships, women often maintain friendships for the couple. It also says boys start out feeling as connected in their friendship as girls do, but they tend to neglect personal relationships as to pursue external success. So the more success a man reaches, the less likely he's going to pour into those relationships. Also, it says loneliness is correlated with longevity. It's a risk factor for health problems such as cardiovascular disease and stroke. So you mean to tell me you can literally have a stroke or a heart attack because your heart lonely? Really?
Yeah, I mean, and it amazes me. Number one, why there's this myth going on that the worst thing a man could do is get married. I really don't understand that. It really, marriage favors men so much in society. They make more money. They're more satisfied with their life. They're healthier. They have actually married men have the best sex lives than unmarried men. And so I don't know where that, and that's part of that intimacy. That's what they say. And I mean, over and over again, we find that married men make more money, all of that. And I think what some of the issues with men is that men feel like because there's so many to choose from that they don't even have to try hard. You know, they don't, why am I trying hard to make this relationship work? I can just end it and go get me someone else. And so I think that's why men are so lonely, is that they're not pushing themselves, because being in a relationship is going to require a man to grow, especially men, since we're hard. I don't even think we're hardwired. I think we've just been socialized and we're more adept at developing long-term relationships because of our friendships. But I think women, we're putting expectations on men, you know, for this emotional closeness, for, you know, transparency, for all of these aspects in a real relationship. We're putting that on men, and they have to stretch and grow in order to adhere or to meet these demands. I don't want to say demands, but to meet these expectations, they're falling short. And so that was another part in that article, I believe, that talked about that's the reason why men are being lonely, is because a lot of the women that they do decide to settle down with, is very difficult for them because they have to stretch themselves in order to, to fulfill the needs of women.
So you're basically saying they have to get out of their comfort zone in
Something
order to tap into their emotions. They have to put the same energy they put into their job as they will into their woman.
Yep.
We have some commenters. We have Christian, who is saying, I had the exact opposite experience. The closer I get to 30, the more I'd rather be by myself. Melody Daly, 1966, said, yes, you can die from a broken heart. We have D Nails. He said, maybe men are pushing for success so we can build our family. It takes a wise woman to recognize that innately we are providers and protectors. That needs to be understood. And then T. Kurt says, I agree. So, I get what y'all are saying. I am hearing from men that have been aggressively applying to their goals for the last 30 to 40 years. They're saying, I want a soft life too. I literally had a black man tell me, I want a soft life too. I said, dang. So nobody want to work. Nobody really want to get the bag. Like, we just out here perpetrating like we want to get the bag, but we really all don't want to get the bag, because, like, I don't think a man comes out the womb like, where's my job, mom? Like, I don't think they are. I think they get told by society that you got to get a job, you got to do all this stuff. But, like, what if you don't want to do that and to the highest level? What if you want a simple life? What if you want a medium life, a large life? Like, I guess all those tiers come with different levels of stress. But I literally heard a man say he want a soft life. And I didn't say, you ain't a man. I said, you know what you want. Congrats, King. That's some emotional intelligence.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel? Did it make him more attractive to you or less attractive?
I felt more attractive because I was just like, he know what he want. He knows exactly what he feels. He has a heart. He has feelings. Like, women love feelings. Like, when I'm with a dude, I swear, like, yes, he can be attractive or not attractive, but if a man that's unattractive has feelings, he becomes sexy. I'm talking, woo. If he ain't got no feelings, I be like, ugh, toxic. Go get some feelings, my guy. I can't do it. Not gonna be able to connect. I'm an emotional person. I connect with your heart. If I connect with your heart, I'm gonna be honest, that makes the physical energy so much better. But if you don't got time to talk and you don't want to talk and you don't want to have feelings and you don't want to express yourself, I can't get with it because there's a level of vulnerability that I'm not going to be attached to because I'm naturally a vulnerable person.
Yeah, I love what you're saying, Jazz. And I think there's such a disconnect between what men think we want and what we say we really want. Men think, okay, if I pay the bills and I put clothes on your back and food on the table, what else you want from me? Leave me alone. Let me sit on the couch.
Right.
You know,
Like, that's weird. It's giving weird.
it is, and it's so funny because you know, a lot of them are in my office, and
Oh,
what more does she want from me? And the woman is sitting there miserable because she's lonely. She's lonely. She needs somebody that she can connect with and talk to and so forth, and she doesn't have that. So yeah, absolutely, there is a huge disconnect, especially now in today's relationships. Like we don't
yeah.
live in a commune, you know,
But
have relationships elsewhere. Mm-hmm.
I guess for me, like, I'm more attracted to if you want to be that protector and provider, and that's what makes you genuinely happy, that means that by the time you get home, you got such a smile on your face because you love the work that you do. Half of the men that's providing hate their job. And after they hate their job, then they come home, they like, ugh, look at her. Now she just ready to talk. I already didn't want to go. You know, like, I think if you actually love what you do, which is very hard and honestly sometimes unachievable in today's society, if you love what you do, then it creates this harmony of course, I'm going to provide naturally because I love what I'm providing for, and I'm going to protect you, queen. I don't want nothing to happen to you, boo. You fine. You good. I love you. Mwah. But it's because you already woke up in a posture of I genuinely love my life. Because I don't think you can give more if you don't love you. You can't love me more than you love you. And if what you deal with day in and day out you don't love, you can't love me. I don't care how much protecting and providing you want to do.
Oh, that is so great. I think it's nothing. It's even if you have a job that you don't like, you should be able to still come home and be pleasant to your spouse. You know,
That's
and
that's nice to
or
have.
or be able to come home and be able, no matter what kind of job, even the best job in the world, you're always going to have stress. So it's so nice to have a lovely place where you can come home and rest your head, where you can just let it all out and say, let me tell you what happened to me today.
Okay,
No.
now I got a question, Dr.
Uh-huh.
Alicia. This man said a woman that brings a man peace just makes us go harder. Okay, I get you, Mr. Want Peace.
Mhm.
I think the disconnect too is men are working 9 to 5 or 10 to 5 or however long. Women are working 9 to 5. Then she come home, she gotta provide peace, a meal, and some sex. She tired.
I think it's so funny. I hear a lot of men talk about how they just want peace in their lives. But then when you start looking at their lives, they create a whole bunch of chaos and don't want to be accountable for it. So I'm thinking that if you want peace in your life, you got to exude peace. If you're finding that you're not having peace in your life, take a look and think about, are you transparent? Is your word your bond? Are you not able to hold yourself accountable to some of the things that you said you were going to do? I can't tell you how many people, and I'm not even talking about husbands, I'm talking about husbands, wives, boyfriend, girlfriends, everybody across the board. I always talk about how they want peace, but they never want to give peace. They want to start up a whole bunch of commotion in their relationships. They're unstable. Their emotions are not regulated. They can be cranky and angry, and then as soon as they create all this chaos, And then they turn around talking about they want peace. Well, what was your contribution to all of this chaos in the first place? So a lot of it is really taking responsibility for your own behavior and being able to say I'm sorry, or be able to see your part in the fact that peace is not happening around you. I mean, if you want peace, you got to give peace.
Wow. I mean, she said something there, y'all.
Mm.
I'm going to be honest. She said, if you want peace, you got to give it. How do we have more peaceful lives in the Black community?
Oh my goodness. I really do think it takes so much compassion. There's so much hate going on the internet. I'm being, Jasmine, you know my story. I'm so new. I can't even believe I made it on Instagram. You sent me y'all don't know. Jasmine had to help me figure out how I joined someone on IG Live. Like, I am so like not up on technology. So I've been living my life in this little bubble, with my kids and work and the stuff I do. But once I'm starting to become exposed to all of the different ways of thinking, I'm really, really surprised at all of the chaos that's happening on social media, and some of the nastiness that I see, and some of the hateful comments that people make. There's no compassion between Black people at all. You make one mistake and it's all online and everybody hates you and trash talk you. I've never seen so much hate and trash talk on the internet as I have in the past 5 or 6 years. And I don't see enough empathy. I don't see enough understanding. Understanding someone's behavior is not the same as excusing it, because consequences are consequences, but we should at least be able to look back on it. And I also think that self-compassion is important too. Give yourself the love and compassion that you need. You're going to make a mistake. That's just your life as a human being, is to make a mistake. And I find that a lot of that is missing in way more segments of social media than there needs to be. And so I'm hoping, Jasmine, that me and you, we add to some of this compassion. Maybe it'll grow, like compound interest. It will grow, and
I'm
this,
sure we trying
peace.
with our compound interest.
Huh?
I said, we trying with our compound interest. We got Darnell or D-Nails. He said, peace trumps almost anything. Understanding equals peace. Peace comes when folks live their life and stay out of others. There's too much access to information and misinformation. Very little trust in our community, amongst others. Nobody wants to give grace.
Mm-hmm. It's so true. Everybody just wants to, because and there's no time. It's like whatever thought immediately comes to your head, you don't even have time to filter that thought. You can just go right on social media, turn on YouTube, and just let it all out without even actually stopping yourself and thinking about the impact that your words are having, and all of the hatred that's spread, based on, I mean, there's people who have an entire channel just based on bashing men. I'm just here and I'm going to bash men, and I'm going to have and for some reason that gets the most views, and then we all know there's a lot of channels. It's already specifically set up on talking down on Black women, and making categorical statements about an entire group of people. Like, there's all of these things, and people think it's funny, people think it's hilarious, but it's very harmful. And I'm sorry, this sort of myths about what manhood means and what feminine means. Like, feminine, like, come on, like, women give birth. Ain't nothing soft about giving birth, okay? So really soft. But I've had 3 children. I've given birth to 3 human beings. There's nothing soft and feminine about that. You feel it takes a lot of hardness to be able to do that. And so, I think, like, we're putting all of these expectations on everybody, and we're not seeing each other and ourselves by who and what we really are.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Alicia, to be honest, you say so much to a point where I just got to sit there and take it in, because I don't think that our parents had this level of access to information which
Mm-hmm.
means they raised us a certain way. So we're accustomed to certain things that is not peaceful. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't graceful. And to
Mm-hmm.
be honest, it didn't allow for you to be your full authentic self, even to be forgiven when you make the mistakes. So it's just like, yeah, in a perfect world, it seems like what you're saying, we need that. But there's so much unlearning that we have to
Mm-hmm.
do in a Black community in order to have the Black love that we so eloquently follow when somebody's kissing on the gram or on a trip, and this babe goes and relationship goes, and it's a goal just to be next to a man or a woman, or a man and a man on a woman, or a woman, whatever your case may be. It'd be a goal just to have a picture on Instagram if that thing don't get taken down within the first 6 months. So it's almost like, how, I guess, before we start answering questions from the audience, how do we begin to, how do we know what's right? Where's the standard for Black excellence and Black love? Because I'm gonna be honest, just now learning about femininity, just now learning about masculinity, just now learning about all the stuff, and it came from the unpopular opinions that was floating around. But like, what's the standard? I genuinely don't have the standard for like, oh, this is a good man. I can invite him into my life. He won't screw me over and also won't make me worse or more toxic and call me like. And then for men, this is a sound woman. I think the matchmaking, like, you need to take a test if you're ready to date. You've gone through education. You've gone through some processes. You're at this level. You can now have a boyfriend and matchmake that.
Yeah, I think there is a certain level of balance you need to have in order to start dating. I also think that even if you don't really have it, and I'm not making excuses for anybody, but even if you don't have it, you can get it through another person. You can heal through another person if you allow yourself and commit yourself, and it's going to take work to find someone that you feel comfortable with being vulnerable with them, where you're able to, even if you do make a mistake, you can have a decent conversation with someone about it. You know what? I really went off the other day. I was not in a good mood. Here's what happened to me. Tell a story about what happened and how it reminded you of something that happened to you earlier in your life. Like, make that a learning moment, a moment where your partner can figure out who you are, and it can be received in a way that's in a place that's beautiful. So it takes a high level of respect that you have to commit yourself to. And really, if you fall below that, you really do need to know that you can apologize for that. And it doesn't mean it's a catastrophe. It doesn't mean you're bad because you apologize for something that you've done. You behaved in a way that was rude. You need to be able to own up to it. It doesn't mean that you are a rude person. You behaved in this way and you can do better. So it does take that level of commitment. I mean, part of it is just recognizing that our need for love and affection even exceeds our need for food. They've done studies on,
Ooh.
yeah, they've done studies on this where they've had monkeys in a room, and on one side of the room they had food and water, and on another side of the room there was a nice cuddly warm place to kind of snuggle up with and lay your head down. And they had baby monkeys in the room. The baby monkeys didn't care about the food and the water. They went over and repeatedly wanted to be snuggled, wanted to be held, wanted to be have a nice warm place to lay their head down. So even monkeys know better. And I don't think we're that different. We know that infants can't thrive unless they've been held. You can give them food, water, clothing, shelter. They will die if they're not held, if they're not loved, if they're not rocked to sleep. If you don't pay attention to an infant and give them just food, what we think basic necessities are, they will die. It's called failure to thrive.
I got a
So just
question.
realize that it's
Go.
way more important than we think it is. Mm-hmm.
So you said something, Dr. Alicia. You said it's okay to help someone heal. Where's the boundary on that? Because sometimes
Yeah.
other people healing can hurt. I
Yeah.
need. Hey, this healing it hurt me. Woo! You need too much healing. What
Yeah.
percentage of the healing can I really do? And I'm not a licensed therapist, and I'm not somebody that's
Yeah.
meant to handle trauma, more trauma.
Yeah, I really do think if you're with somebody that's not committed to that process, it's not a good situation. And we know that terrible relationships is not only do people live longer in good relationships, but awful relationships can make you live shorten your life to a high level, um, you know, a very high level. It will. I think it shades like 20 years. A very toxic marriage can take about 20 years off your life. I think that's the latest study that I saw. So it is important to have a quality relationship. That is important. And the thing is that if you're with somebody that's not committed to that, even though all of us are injured, all of us have something, we all have baggage. But if you're with somebody that's not committed to that process, I think, I sometimes it's time to hit the road.
You know something, Dr. Alicia? I can't wait to experience your matchmaking services through some type of app so that it can be done at scale because
Who's
I'm
going
going
to
to
do
be honest.
that? Are you creating an app? I need somebody to
I
create
already
it.
got the app. I'll send it to you. I already got the app. I already got the phases of it, the tracks. Like I'll send it to you. But I dreamed of it last week. I wrote it on paper. Like I already got it. I already got how this makes so much sense from like to compete with Tinder, to compete with Facebook, to compete with all this stuff. Like it needs to come from a place of education, and then it needs to come from a place of I am putting y'all together and go try it based off what we feel.
Okay.
Why
All right.
not? I think all the other cultures be getting hooked up. Blacks
They
be
do.
trying out here to pick. We pick wrong. We be picking all up. Ooh, maybe you. Maybe you. No, maybe somebody that can vouch for you and vouch for you say, come on over. Indian marriages last longer. Like, in my opinion, I did do some research. Hispanic relationships, they kind of be lasting too, but then I don't got the full extent. I do think, white,
Girl,
you know, I know it ain't all perfect,
don't
but
think that's in another, and that's another thing. Like, don't think. I've heard another narrative about black women aren't worthy of being married. Okay, fine, go marry someone else, another black person. The grass is not greener. The problems will always be there. It's not determined by the group that you're in. If you have a hard time dating African American women, you're gonna have a hard time dating African women. You're gonna have a hard time dating Caribbean women and Hispanic women. I mean, the relationship issues are real, and I think we need to stop with this whole stereotype
mm,
of thinking that those other relationships aren't better, because actually, I'm a numbers girl. I have a master's degree in statistics, so I love the numbers. Okay.
better.
Huh? Yeah, girl. I took 18 credit hours in stats. So I understand what that means, but what data is telling a lot of researchers, they've been writing a lot about this, is that those relationships do not last at all. Those well, it can, but it not so much. Those relationships have a higher rate of divorce um, than than you would think, and so that's fine. Go ahead and think the grass is greener and
I'm gonna
go on.
stick with the blacks. I'm gonna stick with the
Yeah,
blacks. I'm gonna die trying. I'm gonna die trying.
yeah, but a lot of black women do die trying, and it's unfortunate because black women, we're just way more loyal. We really are. We way more loyal. We love our black men, and the numbers is telling us we love them more than they love us. I'm just telling you what the
Dang. Well, Dr. Alicia, are you ready to open up the floor so people can come and ask their relationship questions?
Oh
They
yeah.
can ask you questions. You all, we're ready for you. At the end of every month, we're gonna do a free for all. You come on up. You ask us questions. We're literally not gonna bite you because we're through a phone. So, like, please, come up. Request. You can come up and ask us questions, and it could be about anything. It could be about trauma. It could be about therapy. It could be about Black love. We're really trying to get a gauge of what you all need. And then on top of that, like, if you just got a comment on Black women gonna die trying, that was hilarious on so many levels. Like, that was so deep. Like, we gonna literally die trying to love a Black man. We can literally die trying to love a Black man, and we can also literally die trying to love a Black man. It's so heavy, it's so deep, it's poetic almost. So does anybody want to come up here? Alicia,
Yeah.
you're on this live. Come up here. Oh, not you, Dr. Alicia.
Oh, another Alicia.
It's another, her name Twin Nation on Instagram. Come up here, sis. I know you may have something to talk about. She is also born in the same month that you're born. She's one of my good friends. She has a lot to say about Black love. So if nobody has nothing to say, do y'all want to submit questions? You can literally put your questions in the box and we can answer them. But y'all, don't act shy now. You know you got something you need to ask somebody about your relationship. You know that stuff be a little funny. Some stuff you need some answers to.
I don't know how to work this. Man, I don't know how to. Wait, White Flame. Let's say hi, Miss D Fit.
Hello, y'all. Come up here. Request to come up if you have questions.
I don't know how to get it. I saw a comment that I thought was really good, but I don't know how to get
it says, no lies told, Dr. Alicia. The data doesn't last, especially since there's cultural differences and nuances.
Yeah, the cultural differences, it's hard to overcome that, actually. Well, you know what? I'm going to find the study because I think I have it in front of me. Hold on. Go on to the next question. I think I'm going to find it.
Yeah, I'm literally inviting Mr. D Nails up here. Why not, Mr. D Nails? You've had a lot to communicate about. We would love to hear you on Instagram Live today. Really go forward with your thoughts publicly through social media. If not, I'm going to just go down the list and I'm going to just invite everybody. Why not? There may be too many at the same time, but I really want to talk to some people.
They don't want to participate like that. But that's
okay. Y'all just want to hear about my business. That's all. Y'all just want to come over here and hear my drama life. I'll give you some drama.
Stop, Jasmine. Is your life really dramatic?
No, it's a joke. I'm being sarcastic, Dr. Alicia. I'm being sarcastic. Nobody wants to come. Oh, Mr. D Nails is unavailable to join. Shocking. What do y'all think about, what are your not even what are your standards? What are some of your deal breakers? No, that's not our question for tonight. Are biracial, particularly Black and white married couples, based on love or some type of networking to achieve goals? Dr. Alicia, that's all for you.
Wait, what question? What was the question again?
Didi,
are Black or
basically, are biracial married couples based on actual love or just some type of networking to achieve career goals?
Oh, no. I think they really love each other, don't you? Have you ever seen? I've seen interracial couples together. They seem to really love each other. I think it's really genuine.
Mr. D Nails is gonna come up. Aren't we excited?
Is he coming in? Really
he's coming in hot. Let's see if Mr. D Nails will go ahead and come in hot. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if those relationships are really real, but if they are, by God's grace, keep them.
Are you? Who is it? You know what? You need to stop. How you doing?
How's it going, Mr. Nails?
Hello. You know what? I really appreciate what you guys are doing. This is great. I think you guys started off with male loneliness. I think that is a real thing. You invited me to speak. I really don't have anything to talk about. I was just cooking,
Are are
and
are men
I'm
lonely?
cooking all the time.
Wait,
You
who
know,
you
Oh,
huh?
for?
how does it
Because
feel
you
to
know
cook
what? I
alone?
don't have a woman to cook for. I don't got nobody else to cook for me.
So you
So
just coped. Are you just coping with the loneliness by just doing it yourself?
now I think I'm coping with being busy all the time. Like I'm working. I just finished working.
Oh,
And you know what I'm saying? Just doing extra stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
so
like 10 o'clock where you at, right?
yeah, I'm at home working.
You just worked all day. Worked all day and night.
I took a break. I took a break and then I said, you know what? Let me come in here and cook some salmon and some stuff.
Okay,
And
salmon.
yeah, but I think you guys like touched on a lot of stuff that's like um a lot of topics that a lot of men and women, I mean, these are like real sensitive issues. Like, and I think you guys are really on point of what you're doing because I think we do need a platform where we can come together. There's so much negativity and toxicity out there that's pulling us apart. I know, just like Dr. Alicia said, there's a lot of people who are like monetizing. Oh, I'm about to burn my food. They're monetizing my vegetables. They're monetizing toxicity. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, bashing all women, generalizing all men, all women. So I think this is great. A platform. That's what we need. Facilitating a way for us to come together. I really don't have any questions though.
So wait,
Can we question you? Can we
Sure, for sure.
pick your brain?
why are you single?
Why are you single?
Putting you on the
I
spot.
think I think love, and I think when you find someone who's real, I think it's a spiritual thing. I don't think you could just pick and choose the time for it to just happen, even though it may look good on paper. I think it just comes with like understanding. I think the season I am in my life, the transition I have, like I got a couple things lined up, and it just takes the right person just to understand all the complexities of all the stuff that I got going on. So, like, I don't want to begin to tell you all the stuff that I'm doing and attempting to do within the next like 3 weeks, but it's a lot. So for me, I mean, it'd be great for me to have someone, but they have to understand that like, hey, this is going to be like a setup. This is going to be like a setup for a long time, and I can't drop the ball. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Why am I single? I don't know. It's kind of like if I knew it, I wouldn't be single. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? I'm just one man. I ain't all of them. I can't
We
represent
know
everybody.
we're not gonna come to this conversation like two. If another man wants to join, we would love to do 2-on-2. I have a lot of
Mhm.
engineers that follow me. I think your perspective, Darnell, is you building something. You got a legacy that you're trying to do, and you got things that you're working on. And a lot of times, Steve Harvey said it. We can disagree with the man that said it if y'all want, but I think what he said made sense. There are some men that are gonna wait until they got their career, then they'll go find love. There are some men that are okay with building with somebody, and then there are some men that's gonna be like your uncle. He ain't gonna never have nobody. He good. He is good. So it's like just knowing that. How old is Mr. Darnell? Mr. Darnell seems like we're interested in the age of you. How old are you,
Who
Mr.
asked?
Darnell?
Somebody asked.
Yes, Mellow Daily, 1966.
Okay.
Mellow Daily.
Mello's
Hey,
interested. Darnell.
hey, Mellow. I am 45 years old.
Okay. Mello is like, I don't see the comment. I don't know how to see comments.
You gotta like pull it up, doctor. Can you ask your husband to just come help you point the thing on the thing?
See, this is what I got going on.
Hold
And I
on,
can
mister.
cook.
And he needs help. Okay. Okay, look at that.
Look
He's
at this.
looking.
I got the
Okay.
salmon going on. You know what I'm saying? I got.
Okay. Do you need, the thing is, do you really do, most times if a man can do it all himself, you really don't need a woman. It's okay if you don't need help.
I'm an excellent cook, but I don't want to do it every day. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you need help
what you call it? Like meal prep, but it takes organization. I need some help.
Oh,
I need help.
Melody,
I admit,
Miss
I need
Mello
help.
Daly. Oh, you need help. Miss Mello Daly said, I'm 56. He is in my demographic, plus I'm a boss Jamaican cook. Seems like, you know, potential interests.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is turning into like the hookup dating show.
Why not? What better place under the therapy guidance?
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is really good. I think we can ask real good boundary questions. Why not? We're never going to learn unless we try. But also I have a question. So, or just like, this is another topic. A lot of times we're not getting in relationships or we get in relationships, but technically we don't need the person. Like, why get something if you don't need them, right? Like, why get a job and that job just signs you up and you get paid and you don't do nothing? You're going to get bored. You're going to get uninterested. You're going to be like, I wish that I had something to do. So if you have outsourced all of the things that a woman could do, you know, the drive for it probably will decrease because you technically are eating good, you're sleeping well. I mean, you don't need nobody. So it ain't gonna come to you. Think about it.
So this comes at a cost. Like, it's 10 o'clock Eastern time. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't be eating this late. You know what I mean? This could have happened hours ago. You know, so it's not, I don't have it all together. This is not ideal. You know what I mean? This is survival. Eating at 10 o'clock at night and gotta wake up in the morning. That's not good. That's not healthy. So I don't have it all. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Just because you can do something doesn't mean it's the best thing for you to do.
But I
with your
want to ask
time.
you, just giving to know like the age. I don't think that anybody's so old. Like, we're all just getting started and God gave us life today, so we don't know tomorrow. At what age will you prioritize getting help with your schedule and getting help with what time you eat? At what age will you be able to say, maybe I should sacrifice something here so I can get my needs met here? At what age? What age?
Like right now, like yesterday. I think this is just a phase that I'm going through. This is like this past, like, I would say 5 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks, it's been tough and rough for me. So, you know, I haven't to make a decision on like when will I need help, like seeking or whatever. I'm ready right now.
Dr. Alicia, I think you can help with the phase part. He said he's in a phase. I don't specialize in phases, so maybe you can help with phases. Also, there is somebody in here that says, I can be vetted by Dr. Alicia when she comes back to ATL. Me and Mr. Darnell could have coffee and conversations. So that's why you made a partner and wife.
You don't need me to do. Wait, who is she? Tell her to come on.
Mella Daly, 1966.
Bring her on.
Oh, come on up. Come on, Mella Daly. Come on, baby. Come get you some. Come on up here, Melody.
Do we need to do this?
Hold on, you already sacrificing. You might as well sacrifice some more. Why not? You needed it yesterday. No better time than today. Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, we're
Can y'all see me?
Mellow.
No, you
You're
gotta
also
turn the camera
goofy.
around a little bit.
Oh, hold on.
Yes, ma'am. You got this. All right.
You,
How's it going, Miss
you
Miller
all are so
Daly?
goofy.
Who? Me?
You, you and Dr. Alicia and Mr. Darnell. Y'all so goofy.
No.
I'm, I'm just here minding my own business, listening
You
to the
minding it, Dr.
conversation.
Look, Miller Daly, you mind your business. You want some coffee and conversations. You got some business to mind today.
That's what I get for being too nosy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was just enjoying the conversation and just, was I just wanted to engage to really hear what the conversation, and he was really telling his truth and really talking what he is really feeling, which some men I think may not be able to express.
Mm-hmm.
He's there cooking salmon at 10 o'clock when he could have been done, eat, ready for bed, got
Let's
some
be
jerk
clear.
salmon with some plantain vegetables from 7 o'clock.
I could have been eating anything like a hot pocket or something, right?
Let's be
But
clear.
No,
We're
but we don't want
grown.
the process. We don't want the processed food. But we're talking,
right,
you
exactly.
were really talking from, expressing really what I think some other people were scared to say. To say, listen, if you can find a real woman who will be patient, who will be kind, to understand what I have, these projects that maybe taking place. I'm not going to say that you're not priority, but in order for us to move forward, is it okay that I will have to direct some of the attention or time to these projects, which will move us forward? It's like you're taking a step back to move forward, if I'm understanding.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's about understanding. Like, I think we're all at a place, like, this is not a fact of life that I'm always going to be super busy and stuff like that. It's just a
Right.
phase. So just understand where the person is at right now. And it's like, oh, okay, I see where he's at. Just don't have to judge. It's not like how it's going to be forever.
Correct. That's what I think the part of partnership and marriages, it's about sacrifice. So that may be something as part of a sacrifice that you and your partner, right? Dr. Alicia, I'm not married. I've never been married. And I think that is a lot of what I'm seeing, where nobody wants to make the sacrifice and nobody wants to make it. It has to be a short term sacrifice. You don't want to feel the burn. Just like when you're trying to lose weight, if you're losing weight, it's going to be over a period of time. It's going to be a period of sacrifice. It's going to be a period of denying certain fleshly. Like, I love Checkers seasoned fries. I had to almost beat myself over the head yesterday to drive past Checkers. So that's not good. But I know my booty is too big.
Well, for the right man, it may be the right size, baby.
Listen, hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. You talking too much stuff.
And what I really wanted to say, because this is grown TV, we grown up here. I'm not 5. We in our 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s on this call. I wanted to say, Mr. Darnell could probably be getting him some tonight instead of in the kitchen.
That's right. Maybe I might cook Mr. Darnell some jerk salmon next time.
Oh,
He gonna
wow.
really get some salmon.
Wow.
Do he really
My
want that
goodness.
fish, or he want another
Woo.
kind of,
I'm ready.
Listen, I promised myself I'll never cook for another man. He won't even know I know of my way around a stove until he put a ring on my finger.
Understood.
I made that mistake. Oh no. You can have it.
Can I ask a question on that? Because we have you both single, in their 40s and 50s, you know, do you still think all of those rules apply at that age bracket where it's like I have to wait and all these? Y'all ain't tired of waiting already? You ain't
No,
tired of
no, no. It's even more applicable now.
waiting?
No,
Okay,
because no boyfriend getting no husband privileges. I learned that the rough way. I came up on the rough side of the mountain. No, no. It
Dr.
for
Alicia,
me,
do you got
it's applicable. For me,
Dr.
it's
Alicia, you have
applicable.
anything about sex before marriage? Any thoughts of that? I have my own thoughts that I
It's
can
not
share.
it's not only sex, it's other privileges that husbands, if you're a husband, that your wife, under the covenant would be very honored to to do, and vice versa. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, but you can chime in, Dr. Alicia.
I, you know, I don't want to say that one way is and one way isn't because it sounds too judgmental. So I don't want to be judgmental.
Mhm.
I just have to be however you choose to operate in your relationship. It has to be something that you're comfortable with, that the other person's comfortable with. Like I don't give people rules. You know, as a therapist, I don't tell couples what the I facilitate so that they can decide how they want their marriage to operate. And it really is different for everybody. But it has to be something everybody's on board with. And so if you like it, I love it. I say so, but it has to be something that you're comfortable with. Yes, Jasmine.
Well, Dr. Alicia don't get to be like that, but I got some stuff to say. Here's what I got to say. I think that men date for completely different reasons than women date. And women marry for completely different reasons than men marry. And from my engineering dudes and the men that I done been in class with, what they say, I ain't about to get with no woman and give her a ring and I ain't seen a little something. She ain't cooked a little something. That's only a small percentage though, right? I can't give you all the men, but it was like this channel that got a lot of traction and a lot of men was in the comments saying yes. And pretty much it was like, why I got to wait on certain things, but then as soon as I give you, I gotta spend X amount and X amount and X amount. So it's like men, they've been doing it differently than women. And we be having all these rules, and they be like, well, you got all these rules, and she ain't got all these rules, so I'm choosing her. Now, I'm not here to say that one way is better than the other way. I'm just saying that the percentage of people that's gonna do all of that and it still not be toxic at the end may be a lot lower. And what I mean by that, like we can look at Devon Franklin, them. They waited, they went on a world tour. I'm talking, they spread a big message. And whatever. I'm not speaking negatively about them. I'm just saying that dating gives you data. I ain't saying have sex with every person you with. I ain't saying cook for every man. But if he's showing you signs in which he is a part of maybe the framework or structure in which you would want in your life, by
Right.
very nature, if you could give the wrong dude the stuff, but can you give the right man the stuff? You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
we all know the girl that done gave the bad guy some booty in 2 days. Then the guy that gonna do all the good stuff, he gotta wait 10 years.
Got you. And you know what, Jazz? That's why I'm in therapy.
Well, I think it's about thing with trust. And it sounds like issues.
Because I'm just taking my time and uncoiling. I'm just uncoiling.
You got my bun leaning. You got my bun leaning.
That's good. That's good. Yes, I'm so wound up tight from
I'm
all
just
those, from being an almost sex worker to a laundress to a chef to a housekeeper for a you know who ninja, that I had to put myself through the
first.
process.
You
Yes,
had
so
to
I'm
put yourself. You
unwinding
finally put yourself first. That's what I'm here.
first. Yes, so it's not that etched in stone to say that it's not going to be, um, you know, somebody won't taste my hand. We say Jamaica, you know, the hand that rocks the cradle, rule the world, but the hand that cooks the skillet, you know. But it will take some time, but the right person will find the right code. The right person will find the pin and will be able to punch that pin in, and that cash will just come out because it's going to be genuine. It's going to be authentic. It's not going to be something where you're going to keep pressing the wrong pin. It
I,
will be organic.
mhm, mhm,
You know, I feel that the right person is there,
mhm.
but that is where we have to be mindful and have discretion and exercise wisdom and see how you basically have to qualify people. There's a lot of qualifying that you can do in order to know if you're taking the right path. So that's why I have allowed myself to take time away from relationships to really discover that I am really high value. And high value don't have nothing to do with finance because I don't have the money. So, Mr. Darnell, I don't have the money. I just raise 5 sons. Okay.
She
So
got the
I don't have
pink,
the money.
not the
That's why
money. She
that's
got
why
the
that's why I log on to Dr. Boyce every day. Me and I'm sorry, Dr. Alicia. I just love Dr. Boyce. Dr. Boyce always be cussing and I just be loving it. So that part, cause Dr. Boyce is just wild.
I should go
He
find
just wild.
somewhere.
I know
Yeah.
he's somewhere. He's probably doing a live somewhere now.
No, he
But
just
anyway,
not too long.
Yeah,
He heard some noise.
Dr. Boyce
He's
is
thinking
cool
about.
people.
He's probably.
I need to spend like a whole week in Jamaica with Dr. Alicia and Dr. Boyce. Can you just
We did this back in 2017. We were in Jamaica for a long time. We were there for quite a
No,
bit.
but this time you have to go with me. So we can do, go to my home, everything.
Man, we were all over the place. We were in Denham Town. We spent time in Denham Town.
In Denham Town. Okay, so you were in the Wild West. Okay.
I'm about to get my charger. I'm about to get my charger while y'all discuss the Wild Wild West. My phone
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, but seriously, it's not anything etched in stone. It's just where sometimes you feel like you got dealt a bad hand and you're just trying to recover from it. So, I am here for all the black love, and I'm here for all the niceties and the soft life. And we just have to be kind to each other. That's what I feel. We are not kind to each other. We have black women will be the first ones to cuss another black woman out. Black men kill each other. So that's what the enemy wants. They don't want us to prosper. They don't want us to multiply.
I wholeheartedly agree. I agree
So
with
they're like, we don't need to do anything. There's so much infighting in the commune. They can eradicate themselves, period, without anything.
that. So why do you think we fight each other so much?
Well, I think we fight each other so much because we were taught to fight each other as a way of getting favor from the master. But it also has to do with where we have not been separation. Once there's separation, there's division. So we were not in a society who would be saying, okay, there's strength in numbers. We have a lot of mistrust, first and foremost, amongst each other. And there is a lot of misinformation that we have certain predisposed ideas. Like, you know, I'm Jamaican. I think that I'm a weed smoker. No, I don't smoke weed. I never smoked weed. You know, not every Black person was grown up in projects or in ghetto. So
Right.
there has been a lot of brainwashing. There's been a lot of infighting. There's a lot of propaganda. You know, growing up in Jamaica, we weren't taught to love Black Americans. No, that was one of the worst things you could ever do.
Especially
But
Haitian
why?
like me.
Yes, ça passait, right?
Yeah.
Maboule. So
Yeah.
it's like, come on. There is a lot of things that if you can divide and conquer, they don't have nothing. Don't give them any idea of unity because there's strength in numbers. So that is our biggest downfall. We don't have a sense of economic unity. We don't have a sense of pride. We don't take care of our communities. If we don't take care of our children, we don't take care of our elderly, we're not going to be solid.
I think you brought up a great point, and I think like what they're doing is facilitating like unity, because at the center of unity is family and then community, and then it expands off of that. But at the center of unity is like love. You know what I mean? Because our families are so broken apart, all this stuff that we're talking about. And I think what they're doing is facilitating that's actually the love part, you know, because, you know, I talk about like, oh yeah, men, we providers, protect all this kind of stuff and trying to get money and all that kind of stuff. But at the center of unity, as far as like is like dealing with the love part. We have love issues. We don't love ourselves. We don't love each other. We don't love people who look like us. And
They don't.
that's a
And we
serious
don't trust.
that's a serious issue that's being addressed.
Right. But there's also the let me not quote Dr. Boyce, but that's why when he speaks on Wednesdays about powernomics, that, you know, Black love is Black wealth. And it's not only from, oh, you know, being a couple, you know, that power couple. I don't like that.
Me either.
Right.
I want the power community. I want the power community, you know.
Families make communities, but you need strong families first. Then
Correct.
families
Correct.
make communities.
So that's why he tells you follow the numbers, follow the money, right? So when you have a brother who is stepping out with another race, his wealth is following him. Anything happen, if something pop off with that him and that family, we've seen it time and time again. That wealth now is returned to the master. It is gone to her family.
Yep.
It's not going to stay in their biracial child is going to benefit a little portion of it, but the majority of it is gone out of the community just like that because he was married to that woman. So that's part of the economic structure that people will say, oh, you know, you have to be intentional. If you want to marry a Black woman or a Black man, you have to be intentional. And it's not just preference. Your preference is not only because you like her for she has a nice braid hair. You have to be intentional to marry a black man or a black woman in these times. You're gonna say, listen, I can't have no more children, okay? But I have black sons, all of them. Okay? I would like that my parents, the legacy that they handed down, that it continues in that vein. I would pray and hope. And I mean, I'm not trying to say, oh, she has to use the same comb that I use. I don't have no hair, my head bob. Okay? But I'm just saying that we need to keep the money amongst us, and we keep giving it away so easily, and we keep giving away our resources so easily.
Yeah.
You know, nobody has to cajole us to give it away. We just hand it to them. So if we can be intentional and purposeful in making sure that we are loving each other, then we will have made a great step for mankind. That's me personally. And we as black women, we have fought for everybody under the sun. Dr. B!
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good, doing good.
We're discussing Black love.
What a good topic. A very important topic.
Great topic.
I'm in love with these Twizzlers I'm eating. I'll see y'all later.
See, black love right
That's
there.
what I'm talking about. There you go, Dr. Boys.
Bye-bye.
How's your thing going?
Bye,
Right.
Dr. B.
Good. Okay.
One thing that I love about Dr. Alicia, when I met her, she was like, I'm so excited to see him talk. And like when
I know.
she be around him, she be like, how did your thing go? Like she's so interested in everything he got going on. And that's what I think when you are doing purposeful work, you gotta have a partner that's like, I'm into what you do. I'm liking, commenting, subscribing. I'm joining, even when it's bad messages over here, baby. I'm gonna be the good message for you. And Dr. Alicia, she be giving me them vibes. She was like, I love my husband. I just be like, yes, girl.
Yes. But you know what? The great thing, it is mutual.
Yeah.
It is very mutual and it's very sincere. I don't care what nobody want to tell me. He be gassing her up.
And baby, can't nobody go nowhere on E. So if you can't gas me up, the tank won't be low. We gotta go find another gas station. That's we love.
Listen. And we're talking some premium petrol. Okay?
Look, it may not have to be premium. Because gas high.
Well, guess what? That's what the love will do.
Car. Give me some energy.
Don't get me going, but listen, but that's my little 2 cents. That's my little 2 cents.
Okay. Well, thank you. For your 2, girl, you gave 2. I feel like it was 10 cents. It was worth good 10 cents. It wasn't worth 2.
Well, listen, it's a pleasure.
And y'all got to come back with us on next Tuesday. What are we talking about, Jasmine?
Yes. So what Dr. Alicia, she swears that we haven't done any content planning. She just puts me out so bad. She just swears we just get on here and just freestyle.
Let me see if I can find the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm about to find it right now. I got my iPad. We have 2022. Let's see. I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
I'm gonna try to find it.
I found it fast.
Oh, did you?
So, mhm. So so far we've covered It's Your Birthright for Black Love. We've covered Do You Believe in Black Love? Last week we had to do an intermission because I experienced some energy from the other races. Um Also next week is Should You Hire a Matchmaker?
Oh,
That's what next week's topic is. And then after that is the state of the Black family. I don't know, Mr. D Nails, if you would like to come on back, because I think that's a topic near and dear, you know, when you do get on the phone. Should you stay together with religion? And how did the pandemic help your relationship? And then your healing matters. I mean, we got quite a few different topics. Dr. Alicia swears that we're just hopping on here unintentionally.
oh, you got some good. Okay, these are good times. Okay, so next.
Okay. So if y'all are loving this,
All right, guys.
All right.
I'm out of here.
okay.
See you next time. Thank you for the invite.
I'm gonna close out, y'all. Let me close
Close me out. Ta-ta.
Okay. Come back every Tuesday at 8 p.m. CST, 9 p.m. EST. We're going to be discussing Black love with, of course, one of your favorite love and relationship and family therapists, Dr. Alicia, and me, the pretty plug, making sure y'all entertained through this whole conversation. So it's been real. Thank you both for our guests. Hopefully y'all come back next time. And
I will.
I hope to talk to you all soon.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank
Bye.
you.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Hello there. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today here, I would love to introduce you all to my dear colleague, I guess, at this point, because we presented at the All Black National Convention in Charlotte, North Carolina. We spoke about trauma in general. And today here is James Harris with Men to Heal. And I specifically wanted to interview him so that I can talk about how trauma shows up in particular, and particularly with men. And there are a lot of male clients that I have, and I come across a lot of men who have been affected by very painful memories in their practice. And I was very impressed with what Mr. James Harris talked about in our session together at the All Black National Convention. And I brought him here today because I really wanted him to talk about exactly what healing looks like for Black men with trauma. I feel that their needs and their desires and their particular issues are unique. And so I want to begin today. Mr. James, please tell everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself. Of course, you can get all his information in the show notes, but go ahead. Welcome, Mr. James.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. So I'm James Harris. I'm a father, veteran, entrepreneur, therapist, located in Virginia. I'm the founder of a movement called Men to Heal, which focuses on men's overall wellness, their mental health, physical health, and of course, their emotional health. And I'm also the author of a book called Man, Just Express Yourself, which is an interactive planner guide for boys and men to better express themselves. You can get that on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, Target, Walmart, pretty much anywhere books are sold. And also my website. So while you're on my website, be sure to check out my board game as well. I created a board game for adults, couples, date night, game night, your girls' nights. It's pretty much interactive. One set of cards is for spontaneity. Sometimes people run low. And the other set of cards are for those questions that you should ask throughout your relationship to make sure y'all growing together, make sure y'all stay on the same page. And it comes with dice and pawn pieces so you can move around the board. So feel free to hit my website up. Also on my website is my YouTube channel where I talk and break down several different things, one for fellow clinicians, one for men and women and families, and also just a lot of different education on different topics that people normally wouldn't have access to. So that's me in a nutshell. Just want to give back, just want to help people and be an ally.
I think this is so beautiful. I am a college professor, and I'm in the master's program, and I'm teaching people in my classroom all about how to become therapists, and very rarely do I get a Black male in my class. Like, it's all, this profession is dominated by women, very much dominated by white women. And although I teach the diversity class and I teach about cultural competence, it's always nice to see Black men really confronting a lot of the issues related to Black men. And I think that, it's just wonderful. And we all get excited in our field to see someone like yourself who have such a great history as a veteran, and all of that kind of tackle some of these issues, particularly with men and how men connect with each other and connect with their partner. And I think that is just really remarkable. So this is exciting. One thing that I wanted to ask you about was that I think that huh, sometimes we have these painful memories that happen to us when we're younger. And as a Black female, I have my mom to talk to. I have my girlfriends that I can talk to. I have my husband that I talk to. Lord knows he hears a lot about what's going on with me and painful memories or difficulties in my life. And I have been socialized in some way as a woman, to talk about these things a lot more freely. I have emotional outlets. And I've noticed in my practice that even in my practice and just in my personal experience, that men do not have this sort of outlet. And I think that men, and particularly Black men, have a lot of pressure put on them, and it's bottled up inside. And what happens is that a lot of times we get these messages that men need to be tough, and men need to have a thick skin, and men need to persevere and overcome. And a lot of times they just don't have this avenue. And sometimes it comes out in anger, it comes out in all these different ways. And so I brought you here today so that we can have a conversation about that. And, just as a reaction to what I'm just saying, what have you noticed with Black men, and in particular, painful memories related to Black men, and how it shows up in your practice?
Yeah, so I would say I would have to disagree with you
Oh,
in
okay.
the comment of men don't have those people to go to, because the reality is we do, they do. It's just the ability to articulate how we're feeling, and what
Oh,
because I have that circle around me, but can I go to them and say or express these different things without feeling chastised, without feeling demonized, or without feeling those pressures that society put on, and getting that feedback of man up, toughen up, just deal with it, or whatever the case is. So again, I will argue that we have those same abilities, the coaches, the colleagues at work, the people in the community. We can go to those people, but are they going to be receptive and not,
ah,
dismiss us and validate us? So it's a difference. And also, I would like to add too, when we're dealing with trauma, we have to realize that trauma is a response that's deeply distressing and disturbing. It's pretty much it overwhelms our ability to cope, and causes us to have feelings of, helplessness, a sense of the ability to feel like a wide range of emotions. So that's why in encompass that aspect, a lot of men only feel those two emotions, either happiness or sad, not knowing that it's a lot of other emotions within that. But the ability to express those things freely oftentimes get dismissed. And then with that trauma, of course, you become numb and desensitized. It becomes normal to you. And then, of course, being an African American man, it's a lot of complex trauma. We seeing, the hypervigilance by driving. We see the police. We see somebody who look like us, who potentially view us as a threat while we're viewing them as a threat. So it's so many different aspects of the trauma of being a Black man. But again, I will argue we have those same outlets and resources. We just tend not to go to them because of the reception that may happen if we display those things.
I love what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense to me. It's almost like, okay, there are places where they could actually open up and connect, but it's the ability to be able to do so and to be able to articulate that. And then, even if you know how to articulate it, is it going to be received, or is it going to be dismissed or invalidated? And who wants to be dismissed and invalidated when you're talking about really painful things in your life. So
and
that
if
makes perfect sense.
yeah, so if you think about it, like catch that young male at his earliest state, right? Let's say it's a household siblings, a boy and a girl. They both fall down. The girl runs to mom and dad, say, "Hey, I scraped my knee." You know, the girl is getting, "Oh, precious Band-Aid, let's do this." But the boy is getting, "Go back and do it again, get back on the bike," or whatever the case is, which means at that earliest state, that's his first time being dismissed by the people who love him. So of course he's growing up naturally thinking like, I can't tell them this. They're gonna tell me just to go back, or it's not as important, or it's not really nurtured like my sister's was. And then of course it grows throughout the relationships. I would tell my girlfriend or my fiance or my wife this, but she gonna think I'm soft, or she gonna, she's not gonna think I'm. So that's what happens. It's a constant cycle throughout the adolescence and of course throughout the manhoodness of it. And then that happens in a magnified too when you're in sports or in the workplace or in the community. You feel as if I can't tell them that I'm hurting right now. They're expecting me to perform. They're expecting me to provide. They're expecting me to be the man. They're expecting me to take control of these situations. So all of those things tend to weigh on some men. And then of course those additional pressures of what it actually is.
Oh, I really love that because what happens is that when you talked about how they feel, it's either like you said, they feel like two emotions. Usually it's like anger. What were the two emotions that you said they normally feel?
Happiness
Uh,
and sadness.
happiness and sadness.
Yeah.
And that's just two. I mean, we're all human and we feel a range of emotions. And so you're not ever allowed to be able to fully experience what you're feeling. What you're doing is men are told, and black men are also told to cut themselves off from fully expressing how they feel. Fully crying about it can really help them. And so they're socialized to believe that this is what manhood means. And that can translate into depression and inability to cope, because you spoke about coping.
Yeah, so I mean that inability to express yourself or having a circle that you feel that you can express yourself to is a difficult one because you might get chastised, you might get pushed away, and that's a big thing because you're expecting to, like, even if you're married, you're expecting your partner to be your safe place to land, but if it's a situation where they too are telling you, nah, don't say that, you supposed to hold me down and you're supposed to be whatever, like, all again, those things can be difficult if one feels that he doesn't have an outlet to be free and his authentic self and expressing how he truly feels.
Being their authentic self. It's like, how can you have a relationship with someone and have a deep connection with someone when they feel like they have to put up a veneer and they just can't be their authentic self? So it really does have um, men walking around thinking that nobody knows them. There really is no intimacy with them. Well, this is pretty fascinating. So, what would you say in terms of your treatment to, first of all, get Black men to get to a space where they do feel comfortable opening up? And what do you do to help other people to say, hold on, let's not invalidate them, let's embrace them and make them feel comfortable being able to get all of these things off their chest?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it would start with education too, because you spoke of trauma early. So, what I tend to do in my sessions is educate that man on specific diagnoses and characteristics that he might be displaying. Because a lot of times, not only men, but a lot of women too are, I guess, ignorant to what diagnoses are, and they think that it's specific to one set of gender. But that's not true because some of the emotional signs of trauma is, of course, sadness, anger, denial, fear, and shame. And men can have those, and women can have those. And when you don't address those things, of course, within trauma, that's when you can get the nightmares. You can have insomnia. You can have difficulty in relationships. You can have the emotional outbursts. And again, these things are not specifically to women. These things are human characteristics,
Yes.
but it's often overlooked with men thinking like, nah, that's for women, or I no, that ain't me. And some of the physical signs of trauma is, of course, you got the nausea, the dizziness, the altered sleep patterns, the change of appetite, the headaches, and gastrointestinal issues. That might get passed off as, oh, I ate something earlier, it didn't agree with my stomach, or no, bro, you like, let's slow down, let's take some time to process what's actually going on. And then within that trauma too, I educate them on the difference between PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, the social symptoms, and how it can lead to potentially substance use problems, because oftentimes, again, a lot of people aren't educated on what trauma is. They just think I witnessed some, or observed some, or I was in something, and I'm having the repercussions of it. No, it's a lot more within that. Because of course, before you get to PTSD, you got acute stress disorder, which is
Yes.
everything that happens within that first month. Anything beyond that month, whether it's a month and a day, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, is post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of people don't know that you can repress things for so long, and then it just hits you 50 years from now. You man, your have this recollection of something that transpired when you was a teenager, or in your early adulthood life. So those things are important to understand. And then of course too, we educate people, I'm sure you do, on the difference between small T's and big T's, because with men, a lot of the small T's are traumatic and not so much of the big T's. And what I mean by small T's: relationship issues, divorce, going back and forth to court for child custody. Those things are traumatic for men. Work
Yes,
stress,
they are.
financial troubles, those things, because society put so much pressure on men to provide, and the aspect of providing has become taken care of financially, not so much emotionally and nurturing. So those things are difficult. They tend to, magnify. Like if you think about trauma, people think about terrorism, they think about the natural disasters like hurricanes and stuff like that, shootings, rape, sexual assault, and stuff like that. But again, it's more to trauma than just those big T's. So again, that education process happens, and then I think men and women realize like, oh man, I need to process it. I need to slow down and take a look at what actually happened to me, and I need to figure out how I can grow from this experience and get to a destination, or either at least start the process of what my healing journey may consist of.
Oh, I really love what you're saying. I like the education piece, it's very important. It's like psychoeducational piece. It helps, first of all, it helps to normalize what's going on with them. And when they start seeing it, it's almost like when you know better, you do better. And you proceed accordingly. I really like the part about, when men feel like they can't be human, you are just too, you can't be nurtured or have that emotional connection. It's almost like I want to be able to be human too. And I've heard a lot of men, Black men in particular, talk about these things. So it makes sense to me now. And the somatic complaints, yeah, I mean that's what happens, and it's because you're just mitigating. You're cutting yourself off from the experience. Therefore, you're cutting yourself off from yourself. And it is, you have to somehow take these painful memories and reincorporate that into your story in a way so that you don't feel like you need to mitigate, which means you're going to use substance abuse, you're going to escape with any sort of addictions. And there's all different types of addiction. Work addiction is one of them. It's not even just substance abuse, which is not a really good way of looking at it, but burying yourself into your work is another way. For I see men do in a lot of ways because it's socially acceptable. It's okay to work a lot, and we're given these messages that it's okay.
But it's avoiding the actual situation.
Yes.
You're avoiding the actual ability to confront what has taken place, or to process what has taken place. And it can be an issue. Again, if you don't address these things and process these things as early as possible, they'll manifest themselves in other areas of your life in which you probably don't have any control. Like your children would then view certain aspects, your partner would view certain aspects, your coworkers or teammates. Like all of those things can have alternate cycles that can continue to repeat themselves if they're not properly addressed. And again, you're talking about the addiction piece or the substance use piece. Again, that's a way of not dealing with it either. But when you come down from that high or that intoxication, that issue is still present. Or what happens with a lot of men is the being promiscuous. That's a sign
Yes.
of
Mm-hmm.
me validating my experience by conquering as much as I can, not knowing that you still have to address what happened. If not, you're going to continue to conquer, and you still have this void within inside of you. And of course, you got the other reckless behaviors, the speeding, the reckless driving, and all of those things too. But again, like, you have to process what has taken place within a traumatic state or within your life, and move forward from it, or at least get on the road to deal with it in a way to where it's not spilling over in other aspects of your life and affecting people who care for you or vicariously are being affected, because that's what happened too. People tend to get displacement. There's a chapter in my book on displacement, like, in so many aspects, like the children, the partner gets it when all of that anger and heat is meant for somebody else. Like, if somebody at work is annoying you, or you having issues with your boss, you know the consequences of firing back at your boss, or antagonizing that coworker. You can get written up or terminated. So you don't. So you go home, and what happens? The partner is in there cooking, and why are you banging the pots and pans so loud? Like, that anger isn't even meant for them, but that's who gets it. And of course the children gets it as well. So again, those cycles are being repeated without you even being consciously aware of it.
It's
So
unconscious. Yeah.
yeah, that's why you got to process these things.
So what would you say then? Because I'm hearing exactly what you're saying about how do we address needing to address these things. And what would you say is the best way to address this void that's going on instead of doing these behaviors? That's all it's going to do is make your life worse. It's not going to make it better. How do we address the void that's going on for a lot of Black men?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like I said earlier, the education piece is important. I'm not one of those people who say go to therapy to change your life. I am an advocate for therapy, but I'm also an advocate for things that are therapeutic, that might help you and push you in the direction to want to talk to somebody who has a little bit more experience, education, case studies, and background for this stuff, which is phenomenal. But again, like, everybody has different resiliency levels and everybody's on a different journey. So I'm not gonna say go to therapy to change your life, but I would say do some things that are therapeutic to make you want to gain insight on. It might be different if I talk to Dr. Alicia, or it might be different if I talk to Mr. Harris, or it might be different if I talk to this therapist with this practice near my house. All of those things can get you to that point of being challenged in a way. Because in my practice, I do CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, and I also do reality therapy. And reality therapy address the issues within the now. I'm meeting you where you are, and we're processing these things to prevent moving forward on different aspects. And of course, CBT is cognitive behavior therapy. We're addressing what the issue is, we're processing what the issue is, and we're giving exercises to confront those issues and potentially reduce them. And a lot of other people do EMDR, which is phenomenal for trauma. But then, of course, you got hypnosis. But something that you can do on your own in your meantime, like just in the comfort of your own home, is mindfulness. You can do yoga. You can listen to white noise. You can have the candles with aromatherapy and just sit in silence and just think, be one with yourself. And then, of course, if somebody needs it, they can have psychotropic medication or antidepressants. I mean, I'm not a fan of medication. I believe in lifestyle choices. So it's up to you, but it's an array of things that one can do to be better at their healing journey. So it's up to you.
Yeah, really, and that EMDR is really kind of interesting. It's like, why does it work? No, but it works. We know that it works. It's kind of interesting. And yeah, medication. I agree with you. I'm not a proponent of medication. Maybe if you're in an acute state, and like things are really breaking down and you really need to like have some medication short term just so that you can become stabilized. That's medication is great when things are falling apart. So I agree with you, and I'm a CBT girl too. That's just it's just beautiful. And I'm also getting into emotionally focused therapy with Sue Johnson. So I've been getting into a lot of her stuff too. I've been using that in my practice as well. Reality therapy, these are all really great things. I love the mindfulness. I'm really happy with the way our community is going in the direction of being mindful. I'm starting to see a lot of Black men embrace the whole part about yoga and doing mindful practices. I'm starting to see this trend, and I would hope to see more of that. And it just really, it's just odd because it really does work to help you get in connection with yourself so that you connect with other people in a way where it's very meaningful. This
Yeah,
is
so
wonderful. Hmm.
yeah, I'm in agreement with you, but the issue is, I hopefully it's not a trend or a fad. Hopefully, it is something that people actually want to do
Hmm.
to better themselves. I mean, because you see a lot of celebrities and athletes, and entertainers, posting stuff, and people gravitate to it. But I want people to actually want to get better with themselves and doing it for the insight of it, not because it's popular or trendy by their favorite, celebrity or whatever. So those things are definitely important, and for a long time, yoga was viewed as one of those things that women do. A lot of men weren't
Hmm.
gravitating to yoga, but now we know the benefits of it. And so earlier, a couple years ago, when I introduced yoga to a couple different men who are athletes, I had to educate them on that as well. Like, yo, yoga would not only strengthen your muscles, so you'll be um, less injury prone,
Hmm.
strength
Hmm.
muscles, your endurance, of course, your flexibility, your dexterity. When they viewed it that way, they was like, all right, cool, I'll try yoga. But not knowing that there's other benefits of it too, the relaxation piece, the mindfulness piece of it, the centering yourself, so it's a lot of different education and unlearning that a lot of people have to do when it comes to just growing on from that trauma.
It's funny because I see yoga and mindfulness. I definitely yoga. I see yoga as the physical aspect, how it helps your physical body. I see that as just a side effect. I mostly see it more as a mental. It's good for your mental health to stay in the moment because you're not so reactionary. And I know that's what happens when people are, have issues or painful memories or issues with trauma, is that they see everything as a threat, perceived or real. It's going to be a threat to them, and they tend to lash out and they tend to be very reactive and all of that. But the yoga helps you to, and mindfulness all helps you to kind of like, hold on, let me try to think about how I'm feeling. Let me try to like process all of these things. And I think it's like, it's so awesome. I love what you're saying about getting athletes in particular to embrace these sort of things. So anyway, this has been a wonderful conversation. And is there any parting thoughts that you would have for everybody who's listening today about Black men, trauma, healing, all of this that we've talked about today?
Yeah, I think again, one of those tools, because again, not everybody wants to jump head first into therapy. So if you are around men, or a partner, or a daughter or son, um, assist them by helping them with tools, sending them websites or sending them articles to look at or video clips to look at. So that way they can see, all right, cool, I may need this assistance, or I may be causing issues, because if you just say, hey, go to therapy, or here go a therapist, you might be met with resistance. So it's different things that you can do. My book is a great tool as well. So be sure to grab that. Man, just
Let's see your book.
yeah, which
Beautiful.
you got. And this is what a lot of people, it was a review on my maybe Yahoo or Goodreads or something. This lady has been married 45 years. She said, I got your book, gave it to my husband. This is the most we talked about feelings and emotions since we've been married. So again, I'm 36. And to hear her being married 45 years, that was gratifying to me. But partners, this is what you do. Grab the book, highlight a couple different areas you want him to focus on, and then y'all process it together over dinner or date night. So it doesn't feel like a chore to them. It feel like something to enhance y'all relationship. Y'all can talk about these things. And of course, fellas, you can get the book and try to make change within certain areas of your life, just to make sure that you're on the right page or you want to stay on the right page. It's all education, it's all helpful insight, because sometimes we need tools, you know.
Excellent. This is a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for taking out the time to talk with me today. It has been very informative. I've learned a couple of things myself, and I hope everybody can reach out to Mr. James Harris. Black men, you just heard you need therapy sometimes, and here is someone that I think that you could turn to that would definitely be someone who can give you the psychoeducational approach, who can give you the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is to me the gold standard a lot of times, reality therapy, someone who is not going to judge you, who's going to really listen to you, and you won't be dismissed. You're going to be welcomed and you'll be loved. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today I have here my homegirl from Gary, Indiana, Crystal Holmes. Welcome, Crystal Holmes.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to say she is a body transformation coach. And that is very exciting because we're here at the end of the year. And I think starting at the beginning of the year, everybody's New Year's resolution is to get their body together. And of course, that's my New Year's resolution every new year. And I think like around February, I get kind of tired out and then I have to kind of grind it through. But anyway, I want to get started. How about you tell everybody a little bit about yourself? What is a body transformation coach, and what do we need to know starting the year 2023 that's around the corner?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Thank you for having me. I am Crystal Holmes. Yes, I'm a body transformation coach, but I'm also an attorney. And I kind of thinking, why is an attorney a body transformation coach? Because I lived it. My body was a mess. My mentality was a mess. I had put on a lot of weight from I was a stress eater, emotional eater. So I found myself in this place where I was not very well. And I like to say exercise and health found me. And then once I was able to transform my own personal body, and it really helped my mental health as well, the stress, I started helping others. So I'd like to tell folks a body transformation coach is more than just, we all want to lose weight. Yeah, but it's so much more. You got to get in the right mindset. You got to be ready for the journey. And my job is just to guide you and coach you through. I provide motivation. I provide accountability. And just that general guidance that we need sometimes when we're on that weight loss or better health journey.
Oh, that is really interesting. So it's more than just getting your physical health. It's also about your mental health and being inspired to continue on. So that's really interesting. I think like my biggest part is just being motivated.
Yes.
And having somebody who's accountable, like the accountability person here saying, you got to wake up this morning and you got to do this. So if I don't have it scheduled, if I don't have somebody waiting for me and other people asking me what's going on, I have a hard time staying motivated. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I still have a coach. I still have someone that holds me accountable and he pushes me. Like I will push myself to a certain level, but then he knows, hey, I know you could do more. So I tell people it's nothing wrong with having a coach to push you past what you believe your perceived limits are.
Nice. So you always need somebody to push you out of your comfort zone, because how are you going to grow?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, well, for me, it's like we were talking about this before we started recording, like how tough it is, because I'm a mom. I got 3 children, teenagers who are all 3 kids going in 3 different directions. Not only that, but I'm a wife. So I have my husband that I have to deal with. And then I don't know if you know this, Crystal, but I have 2 jobs. Like You talked about how you're an attorney and you're also a body transformation coach. Well, I'm a couples coach. I work with couples and I'm also a college professor. That's my full-time job. And it's so hard to make meals every day and make sure everybody's eating all their fruits and vegetables. And then you got to worry about whether those vegetables are going to expire in the refrigerator, which they normally do. I'm throwing them in the trash after a few days. Like, what would you say for busy moms like myself to really stay motivated when your kids just want to get up and eat pancakes?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm a mom too. Like you said, I'm a full-time attorney, and then I do this. I have my podcast. The first thing is you have to prioritize yourself. Bottom line. I know as moms, we want to put the kids first. We want to put our partners first, but we can't show up as our best selves if we don't take care of ourselves. So, like we were saying before we started, I was sharing with you, I'm not suggesting people do this, but I hit the gym at 4:00 in the morning every day because if I can't fit it in after that. If I try to go after work, it's not going to work because my kid has her activities. We got to get dinner ready. We got to do all these things. So prioritize yourself, schedule, whether it's your gym time, your healthy meal planning time, and just you got to make sure you enter this new journey with the right mindset. So if you're not ready, it's okay. But the mindset is key. So first decide, are you ready? And what do you want? Write down what it is that you want. Do you want to lose weight? Are you doing this because you just really want to live healthier and happier life? What is the goal? And then figure out, okay, how in my life can I structure things so that I can meet this goal? And we say we don't have time. A lot of times we do have time. Think about it. When you're binging whatever, TV show you're watching, could you be on the treadmill? Could you be planning a healthy meal for your family? So those are just some tips. But the main thing is obviously your mindset and prioritize yourself. You got to.
I mean, what you're saying is hitting home, Crystal. It is really hitting home. And so many times, like for me, like I feel guilty. I feel guilty. It's like I want to be able to go to the gym at 7 a.m. and then I'm leaving my kids on the bus stop, before they even go to the bus stop. I'm like backing out of the driveway. They better move out of the way. And I don't know if they've had breakfast in the morning. I don't know if they're missing something. So I end up, sometimes when I put myself first, I end up feeling like really guilty or I feel bad about it. What do you say to people who feel guilty or they feel like, oh God, I don't want to be selfish by putting myself first?
I've been there. And I'll share this with you. When I started this journey, I think it was 2008-ish, 2009. I had my daughter in 2011. I got back into the gym. I got back onto healthy eating. And then in 2015, the end of 2015, I accepted a new position. And I almost didn't take this job because I knew that it would affect my gym time. And I know that sounds crazy, but I knew that I needed that time for my mental health to help me with my stress and to keep me on point. I took the job, and of course, it was a slow slide. And I looked up about 2.5 years later, I had put on a lot of weight. I was stressed out. So at the end of 2019, I told myself, I'm getting back in the gym. I'm getting back on point. And I got back in the gym in early 2020. And around that same time, I had my yearly exam. Long story short, I found out that I had an autoimmune disease. So now, after being on this journey, falling off and getting back on, I so recognize and understand the importance of prioritizing myself. I cannot allow myself, my autoimmune disease is in remission now, thank God. but that keeps me going. I gotta keep my health, because the autoimmune disease had me exhausted. I couldn't parent like I wanted to. I couldn't prepare the meals because I was too tired. So if you're, I know you're saying you feel guilty, but if we don't take care of ourselves, we really won't be able to do much of anything. So that's just something I share to keep us, hopefully it will help the listeners, the watchers stay motivated, that we gotta take care of ourselves. The kids will be okay if you spend 45 minutes at the gym or whatever it is.
Yeah, that is so cool. It's almost like you can't afford not to put yourself first, because
Right.
how are you going to be if you have diseases and all of these things happening to yourself because you're not eating right, you're not taking care of yourself, and you're no good for anybody if you're tired and sitting on the couch eating junk food. It has an impact on the family, and
It does.
so it makes sense in a way. You're not being selfish, almost like not taking care of yourself is selfish.
Yes.
You're going to be no good for anyone else. So the selfless thing you can do is put yourself first. Okay, I think I got that now. Anybody tries to say something, I now have an answer. Like Chris told me. And by the way, thank you for sharing your personal story about the autoimmune disease. And I'm real happy that it's in remission. That is a very inspiring story.
Thank you.
So-
And that's why I want people, like at first it was about, let's get sexy bodies, let's lose the weight. Now for me, it's so much more. We really got to do better by ourselves for our health.
Yes. Yes. I love that. So, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is that, I know I was talking to you about how, this weekend I went and cheated and got this machine this lady did on me is supposed to melt away my fat. And I was like, oh, wow, so I can just get this machine to melt my fat away and I don't even have to go to the gym. And I was thinking, wow, this is I felt like I was kind of cheating, but I did it anyway, because I was like, hey, anything that can get me forward in terms of melting the fat away. But, I really was thinking, wow, I felt a little guilty. Talk about feeling guilty about cutting corners. But it made me think about, like, what are some of the myths that you think we need to consider when it comes to weight loss in terms of cutting corners or in terms of optimizing our health? What is one thing that you wish that we could learn that we don't know about health?
One thing I think, and I touched on before, is you have to, and I've learned this so much recently with working with clients, you got to have your mindset right. It's one thing to say you want to lose the weight, but it's not easy. It's not an easy journey. And that's why, there are shortcuts out there for us, because it can be hard. It can be hard. It is a commitment. However, if you don't want to shortcut route and you're really trying to, make sure that your health and wellness is prioritized for the long term, it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's doable.
Interesting. So it's back to the mindset. It's how do we motivate our mind? What do we do? I know I like to use accountability. I like to plan my workout. And for some reason, if it's in my calendar, I feel like I have to do. I don't know why. It's like, oh, I've scheduled this time to do this. I must do this. So it's a trick that I play with myself. But what can we do to get our mindset at the place where we can really focus on our health holistically, like what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think you have to figure out, what is your why? Write down and really, and a lot of people don't do this, but really write down, what is your why? Why do you want to go on this journey? And then ask yourself, are you really prepared? Because as your coach, there's certain things I'm going to tell you can't have. You can't have Oreos. We're going to cut back on alcohol.
Yeah.
So there's certain things we're going to do that I'm going to require of you. And you have to make that determination. Can you do that? Are you ready to make that commitment right now for yourself? And here's the thing, if you're not ready right now, that's okay. That's okay. But that's the first thing, is to be completely honest with yourself. Write out what it is your goal. Do you want to lose weight for a reunion? Are you getting married? Or do you have, I tend to work with people that have, not bigger goals, but, they may have a chronic disease, for example, that they're trying to get healthier. They're trying to get their bodies healthier so that they can manage that. So find out what your why is, and then ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice? Can you sacrifice for 90 days? Can you sacrifice for 6 months? And that really, if you can write that down and be clear about what your why is, that really helps with mindset.
I mean, this is so cool because as you're talking, I'm a couples therapist. And so I feel like I say this to a lot of my couples. It's like, why? Why are you married? It's
Yes.
like, I want to say that. I want to say you have to sacrifice things to be married to someone. It's like you have to get rid of your single lifestyle. You can't be married and then expect to have one foot into the single world. Like, there are some things that you need to do that married people do. And there are things that you have to be responsible for. It's a different type of responsibility. So you have to say goodbye to the single self and say hello to the married self. And that is a mindset. I always talk how marriage is in the mind. It's in your subconscious. You have got to get into marriage life. You can't.
Right. And it's a choice. I try to teach people things that are sustainable. I, like myself, I don't want to fall off the wagon again. You know what I mean? I don't want people to be on this up and down, roller coaster of they lose weight, then they gain it back. They lose weight, then they gain it back. New year, new me. Okay. I want people to be on a path where it's pretty steady. They've lost the weight, they keep it off, they're maintaining their health. And in order to do that, it takes a complete mind shift for many of us. You completely restructuring how you're doing things. And that's hard. Like, even though I've been in this for, I don't know how many years now, I go to my mom's for Thanksgiving and they're looking at me like, you're not going to eat that? Why aren't you eating it? Why, And I'm like, yo, number one, I have an autoimmune disease. Can't have that. Number two, I'm trying to live healthier. So you're going to get pushback from those that love you, from society. Are you going to be ready for that? Because it's going to happen.
That's interesting. It's almost like talking to my couples, like, okay, you can go to the club, but you got to still be married. You can't do single stuff when you go to the club. It's almost like saying no to that because you're committed to the bigger picture of a healthier you. You're committed to a bigger picture of a healthier marriage. I mean, it all kind of plays hand in hand. And one thing that you said that really inspired me was the fact that you fell off the wagon. Mm-hmm. And I think that when you fall off the wagon and you start going back to these old patterns, coming back on the wagon, it's almost like you're stronger and smarter, and the relapse almost helped you. Like you're crystal.
Yes. I mean, I would never, wish an autoimmune disease on anyone. However, it did make me smarter. It made me stronger. It made me want to help people more. It made me realize just how fragile our health is. 1 minute we're thriving, the next minute we may not be. So yeah, it was definitely a blessing. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, well, not in the moment, but now looking back, now, that was a blessing, but I don't need to go back there. I've learned that lesson. I don't need to go back and relearn that particular.
No.
This is It's been so much fun, Crystal. I'm inspired. I really am. I was talking to you about working out every single morning, going to the gym every single morning. I'm inspired. So that's something that I think I'm going to make this commitment to do, and not just kind of doing it in the house. Sometimes if I do it in the house, I'll go, I'll just do it later. And then the day gets away from me and I never do it at all. So I really am inspired. So I wanted to know, what's your favorite book? And what book would you recommend for people to read?
You know, one thing I kind of read, and I don't know if this is really health related. Maybe it is. And I just started reading it again. I try to read it once a year. The 4 Agreements.
Ah, okay.
I think that's just something that it has a lot of gems. Being impeccable with your word. It's just something I like to revisit every year, especially this time of year, because now we're entering into 2023, and it just helps me to get my mindset right for, the coming year and how I can just be better.
I love that. The 4 Agreements. And you could probably read that whole book in a setting because it's
Yes.
that long.
Yes.
And it's right to the point. The 4 Agreements. I have that book and I have read that book. I might reread it now.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny because I read it years ago and I wasn't in the right space mentally when I first read it to really receive it. And I read it again later and it was like, oh my God. Yeah.
Interesting. So keep reading it over and over again. You become a different person. So you pull out different things from that book because there's so many jewels in there. It is chock full of jewels.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As we grow, we change, So I definitely wasn't ready to receive it back then, whenever that was, I first read it. But now it's like, wow,
That's cool. It's been so nice talking to you today.
Thank you.
Everybody how they can reach you to get their body transformed.
Okay, so I put out a ton of free content. I have a podcast called Go Hard Chick. It's designed for women who want to live healthier and happier lives. We talk about everything from weight loss to relationships. You've been a guest on there. Sex. I mean, we talk about everything, parental relationships, trauma. So we got a lot of great episodes lined up for 2023. Also, you can visit my website, gohardchick.com, to learn more about me. I'm on Instagram at Chris, Kris, Alise, Alise, fit. So I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to help.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Crystal. Have a good holiday.
You too.
Okay. All right. So let's get into our topic for today. Before we even start talking about financial infidelity, we should talk about, at least give a definition of what it means. And it's so interesting, that question that you had earlier, is that we really do settle down with people who complement us financially. So a spendthrift really is more likely to marry somebody who's more financially conservative. It just happens that way. And when it happens that way, financial issues are the most frequent source of conflict. And financial conflict, sometimes, when I talk to a lot of couples about having this financial conflict, I say, okay, great. This is wonderful. This is a perfect opportunity for us to sit down and establish rules. You had this sort of conflict when it came to finances because the two of you weren't able to have these discussions up front. You weren't able to make a lot of these expectations explicit. So in marriage and in committed relationships, we have expectations about how we think things should be. And particularly with our money and finances and how we spend and rules for spending. And so problems come up because you have it in your head about what you think it should be, and your partner has it in their head about what they think it could be. And it ends up playing out, our behaviors end up conflicting, and you have different points of view and different perspectives. when I see this happen, I get excited because I'm like, great, conflict to a marriage therapist. Conflict means bravo. We now have an opportunity to become closer and to develop our intimacy in a way where we are on the other side of conflict. We know each other better. We're able to relate to each other better. And we're able to have openness and transparency. Which leads us to financial infidelity, because when you have rules that you've established and you've said, listen, this is an issue. What are we going to do with our money? How are we going to plan together? And you come up with a plan and you expect your partner to follow through with what they said they were going to do. And then on the other end of that, you're learning that your partner did not come through for you like you thought you would. So that leads to all different types of infidelity. By the way, there's three main types of infidelity. There's financial infidelity, there's emotional infidelity, and of course there's sexual infidelity, right? And a lot of them, the three of them kind of go together, right? Financial infidelity is just one piece of the emotional and sexual infidelity for some cases, not for all, but for some people, right? However, financial infidelity for a lot of couples, it is almost like the straw. It is more difficult to rebound from financial infidelity than it does to emotional infidelity and sexual infidelity. It's more difficult for couples to rebound because it's like emotional infidelity and the other types of having other relationships on the side. That is indicative of the relationship. But when you talk about finances and you're being deceitful and secretive and all of that, when it comes to finances, that affects the entire household. So where having an extramarital affair really deals with the marriage itself, financial infidelity deals with the entire household and how the household operates. So if you can kind of understand that, financial infidelity is really more difficult to bounce back from. So what's the definition? So the I like this definition from the National Endowment for Financial Education. They define financial infidelity as a general admission to committing financial deception against a committed partner. And it is similar to, just straight up cheating, because what it does is it creates distance in the relationship. So anytime someone is doing something behind their back and you're not being upfront, you're not being transparent, it creates distance in the relationship. And so that's what happens. And there's two main components. One component is just engaging in financial behavior, and you think that your partner is not going to like it. You don't know whether your partner is going to like it or not. There's just a perception. Okay, I'm going to buy this and I know my husband's not going to like it. Or I'm going to do this, give this money away, and I know my wife is not going to like it. So that's part of the first component of financial infidelity. A second component is that not only do you do this behavior that you have agreed upon that you wouldn't do, and you feel like it would be, the other person would disapprove of it, but there's a second part to that. It's you don't even disclose it, right? You don't come to your partner and you fail intentionally, say, I don't want to disclose anything that's happening. And so that's the two components of financial infidelity. It's engaging in the behavior that you perceive that your partner would not like, and then subsequent concealment. And this is really important that those two components are in there, because let's just face it, like birthday times, holidays, we just had a Valentine's Day. Sometimes you're spending money and your partner doesn't know it, right? But you're spending money because you're buying them something. You're planning a special event, or you're planning something special for your partner. and you're concealing a purchase, but you're doing it because it's a surprise. So it's important to have these two components in there, because a surprise is something that should be like a joyous surprise. A surprise shouldn't be anything disappointing, where you're breaking the trust in the relationship, and it causes emotional distress for the hurt partner. And it also, for a lot of perpetrators, or I'm going to say perpetrators of financial infidelity, it also takes a toll on them too, because they have to remember this lie. They have to keep the lie going. And so sometimes it can also be hurtful for the person who's committing the financial infidelity, or infidelity just in general, but it's extremely distressful for the person on the receiving end. And that's basically what financial infidelity is in a nutshell. It undermines the trust, and it undermines the commitment in the relationship. And, I think it's important to have open and honest conversations about financial decisions. And when there's a lot of disagreements and you want to, is Dr. Boyce here? Hey, Boyce, I'm distracted by his hearts. Anyway, he's in the room. Anyway, okay. So you people who are very sensitive to disagreements about money, and they just don't want to talk about it. They just want to avoid it. And we'll go into that. I just wanting to avoid having to have potential conflict. So financial infidelity, what is it? So I'd like for you all here to take a quiz, because in this class we have self-assessments. I'd like for you all to go through all of these different aspects of financial infidelity and be honest with yourself. If you are in a relationship, you may want to just take this as an opportunity to be able to say, yeah, I did this. So I would like for you, there's a list of things here on the screen that talks about different behaviors that could be considered as financial infidelity. So if you've ever done any of these things, please be sure to just give yourself a tally. I'm going to take the quiz too. So, okay. Have you ever pretended a new purchase was an old purchase? So have you ever had a partner that came to you and said, wow, is that another new outfit you got? And you're like, no, I've had this for a long time. I just pulled it out of the closet. If that ever happened to you, give yourself a little tag, a hash mark right there. Okay. So have you ever said you bought something on sale, but you didn't? You paid full price. Have you ever lied like that? Give yourself a point. Some people are guilty. Okay. Have you ever hid purchases or receipts? Like when the Amazon box comes, that Amazon truck stops at our house quite often. So the Amazon truck comes and it's dropping off packages and you're like, uh-oh, let me hurry up. Let me see when it comes. Let me hurry up and grab these packages and hide packages and purchases. Give yourself another point. Okay, have you ever taken money out of your savings without telling your partner? Oh my goodness. Have you ever hid credit card statements? Have you ever said, I don't want them to be able to see anything here? Have you ever hid credit card statements? Have you ever opened a credit card without telling your partner? Oh my goodness. How could you do that? Okay. Some people do it. Have you ever kept a secret account? And it's really interesting because this part is really debatable. I've seen many discussions about having a secret account. And I think that's really fascinating. And I have a lot of ideas about that in terms of trust. But I don't know, like if you're married, having a secret account, you think that's just your money. It's not. Any money that's made in a legal marriage. By the way, you all know that legally in a marriage, what your partner makes and what you make, it's y'all money together, like legally. And if you ever wanted to dissolve your marriage, the courts and lawyers, they don't care about a judge or whatever. They don't care about how much money you made or how much money your partner made. They just want to know how much the household made, and they will distribute that accordingly. So don't think Don't think that you could hide something secret and then it just belongs to you. It doesn't. It belongs to both people. So hiding, and I think you need to have a conversation about why you feel the need to hide. Why do you need to have a secret account that's hidden from your partner? What is up with that? Like, having a conversation with that is important. But if that ever happens, let us know. Have you ever lied about the amount of debt you have? There's so much shame around debt. People feel shame because it indicates, like, for many of us, there's debt that's understandable. Student loan debt, that's understandable. Buying a house, that's understandable. Buying a car is understandable. But making poor decisions and you like racked up on all this credit card debt and you've gone into bankruptcy and you've made like really awful decisions, sometimes like that level of debt is a lot of shame attached to that. So you don't want to talk about it because you just feel kind of like, I feel stupid. You just feel stupid for agreeing to do something that you shouldn't have done, and now you got to share it with someone else. Like, it was painful enough that you already went through this in your past. Now you got to share it to your partner. You want to show your partner that you've made good decisions. You put your best foot forward, and you haven't. You're like, I was really kind of silly in the past. So it's really difficult to kind of disclose that. So if you've ever done that, give yourself a point. Okay. Oh, keeping a raise or bonus secret. So you get a raise at your job and you don't even want to tell your partner about it. Like, that's a wonderful thing. That says you're being recognized for some awful things, for some wonderful things in your life. You're being recognized because a raise is usually tied to, for many of us, it's tied to performance. For many of us, getting a raise and getting a bonus is tied to something that should be celebrated. I got this raise. I mean, how so some people keep that from their partner because they want to spend that money on something else. And I think that really speaks to a lot of other issues in the relationship. And I don't know, like getting a raise, it's not like you did the work on your own. In a household, there's interdependency in households. And that's, you depend on me, I depend on you, is interdependent. And so when one person is succeeding, it's because the whole household is working together to make sure that person succeeds. So that should be something that should be celebrated. And for some people, you kind of have some thinking about keeping your raise or bonus a secret. Okay, the next one is spending money on other people without telling. So you can spend money on the kids, you can spend money in a whole bunch of different ways, but you hide that. If you've ever done that, give yourself a point. Gambling addictions. Oh my goodness. Gambling addictions without telling your partner. Spending money, going to the horse. I had an uncle that went to the horse race all the time, but he wasn't married, thank goodness. But he would spend a lot of money betting on horses and or just gambling in general at the casino. You're gambling. You didn't tell. So that's the thing. Like, it's okay to gamble, but you're not even telling anybody. Okay, spending money on porn or strip clubs without telling, that's a behavior to kind of talk about what's going on there, that you're spending money on porn. There's so much free porn, I don't know. Not that I know there's free porn, but my understanding is that there's so much free porn out there. I don't know. I guess some people just feel like they just have to do it in a secret way, spend money in that way. And then the last one, and I know there's other examples, but the last one is, have you ever filed for bankruptcy without letting your partner know? I don't know how that's even possible, that you can just be so overwhelmed with debt that you just file for bankruptcy and you don't let your partner know. But I guess it definitely, all of these behaviors could happen. Even taxes, like think about people who pay their taxes. They don't tell their partner about their tax debt. They don't pay, especially if, because if you file married, but file separate, like I don't scrutinize my husband's taxes. I just have to just trust and know that he's taking care of his taxes. He knows I'm taking care of my taxes, although it could affect us, it could affect your household in many different ways. So there were, how many of these? There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 behaviors. Whoa. Add them up. And I think you know, the more you have, the closer you are to 13, you really need to you really need to have some conversations if you've ever done this in the past. And by the way, I just want to say different relationships have different dynamics. You could be thinking about a bunch of different relationships where you've done some of these behaviors, but there are some relationships where you feel like, oh, I haven't done any of these behaviors. So I am Prissy said just 3 out of 13. Was it with the same partner? Because I really do think that maybe you keep a secret account with this relationship. All right. So, you know, there's different reasons. You're different in every relationship, but this is just an assessment just to see, you know, if you've engaged in any of these things. And I'd like for you, I mean, even if you have answered yes to any of these things, in the moment when you were engaged in these behaviors, like what were you thinking and how were you feeling? What were you telling yourself during these times? So a package came from Amazon and you were racing to the door to get it before your spouse saw it. Like what was going through your mind? What kind of conversations do you think you were avoiding by hiding, you know, a purchase or hiding things on your credit card or having to lie to cover up debt, having to keep a secret account? What was the thinking about? And what conversations should you have had with your partner that you did not have because of that? Like I think any of these behaviors on any different level, and it's of course it's up to you guys to really, you know, digest it and think about it. Any of these behaviors immediately creates distance between you and your partner. Anytime you need to hide, anytime you need to lie, anytime you need to participate in things, gamble, anytime you need to do any of these things and you don't feel comfortable sharing that with the person who is your next of kin, I think that is indicative of a serious problem in your relationship. And you should think about why. Why am I not able to have these conversations? And what am I afraid of in these conversations? Have I just felt like I have tried to have these conversations in the past and it was painful and I was afraid that the person wouldn't like me anymore, wouldn't accept me anymore, wouldn't love me anymore. You know, a lot of these behaviors come out of fear, I think, and it doesn't come from a place that it should come from. You know, everything you do in your relationship should come from love. And I think let the chips fall where they may. You know what? I did this. And maybe I have a problem. You know, you know, we live one life. So I don't know if you want to live your life managing relationships in this way where it's just not conducive to real closeness. So that's just something to think about. Like, the hiding a credit card statement, what that does to you and how that strips away your connection, because on some level your partner knows. How about that? On some level, when you lie, when you hide, when you cover up, the people you do business with, the people that you are in a relationship with, the people that you interact with, on some level they know because you're putting it out there. You think you're hiding, you think you're getting away with something, but you're really not. I think you should think about that. But anyway, that's the self-assessment. So I think we should talk about how many other people fall into this category. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people who have financial infidelity. The prevalence rate, we should talk about this. It's hard to, because it's financial infidelity, it's very difficult to give a rate. But different people have different sort of categories. There was one study I read that said 13% of relationships, there's some encounter of financial infidelity. I don't think it's that low. But another study I read today said 22%. But what we do know is that the National Endowment for Financial Education, I'll go with their rate. They said it's more like 41%. That's almost half. Half of relationships have some sort of financial infidelity that's happening. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. So that's what they're estimating. It's also intergenerational or generational, because I read another article that said millennials, y'all millennials out there, 50% of millennials have indicated some level of financial infidelity. 41% of Generation Xers, that's me, I'm Generation X, has financial infidelity. 33% of baby boomers report committing financial infidelity. So, that's something to keep in mind. I guess baby boomers, it was probably just way more difficult for baby boomers to do it back then. But definitely more, it's so much easier to hide things nowadays than it is because of social media and everything is digital. It's so much easier just to cheat in general. It's just easy to do. Anyway, but the National Endowment for Financial Education, they did another study and they reported that 76% of the people who committed financial infidelity said that it significantly harmed their relationship. Like their partner found out about it and it was of significant harm. 10% of divorces in their study 10% of the people who committed financial infidelity said that it eventually led to a divorce. And 35% who committed financial infidelity said that their finances, they felt their finances should remain private and that it's off limits for their spouse to even know what's going on with them financially. Like 35% of the people who committed financial infidelity said they did so because it ain't none of their business. It's not my wife's, not my husband's business what I'm doing with my money, and my money should be private and my money should be off limits. It's my money, I made the money, and I should be able to spend it on whomever and whatever I want. So that sort of attitude is there, and I don't know how that can, unless their partner is on board with that. I'm not sure how that's going to play out in relationships. I do think that if you do have that belief, you need to have explicit conversations with your partner about that. Definitely, what some other studies talked about is that it is the couples ranked financial issues. This is a third frequent source of conflict in their marriage. And it's frequently the reason for divorce. It's like there's a lot of conversation about who's more likely to commit financial infidelity and who's not. They were saying that people who commit financial infidelity just aren't happy in their relationship. They have low self-esteem. And I'm not certain if low self-esteem happened before financial infidelity or if low self-esteem happened because they were financially cheating. They were cheating financially if it came as a result of or as a cause of financial infidelity. And financial infidelity was also related to people who were just like, I'm not committed to this relationship. And that makes sense, right? Because I see that with a lot of my couples. A lot of the couples that I work with, they don't want to talk about finances because they don't even know if they want to be with this person anymore. So they do tend to hide money. Like if you think the relationship is over, you're more likely to kind of like hide money. They're like, you know what? I need to plan an exit plan in this relationship. So I got to take my money and I got to put it somewhere else. So I think it is related to commitment. So you're not really that committed. You're not happy in the marriage and you're not feeling good about yourself. Those are the people who are more prone to committing financial infidelity. They don't like you. They don't want to be with you and they don't feel good about this relationship. Makes sense, right? Another aspect with financial infidelity is that it's no gender indicator. So men aren't more prone to committing financial infidelity than women. I thought maybe financial infidelity. I'm like, definitely a man's thing. No, it is not a man's thing. men and women, they have an equal likelihood of committing financial infidelity. It has nothing to do with anything, but it does have to do with the length of the relationship. And I thought that was really interesting, that like the longer you're with somebody, the less likely you are to commit financial infidelity. And I think also in a lot of these studies, the longer you're with somebody, the more likely you are to forgive someone who has committed financial infidelity if they're still, interested in continuing the relationship and want to rededicate themselves to each other. So the length of the relationship, believe it or not, popped up as something really, really significant. Let's see. Anything else about that I wanted to share? So I've read a bunch of articles today about financial infidelity. I knew a lot about financial infidelity before reading articles, but I was real curious about like synthesizing everything and making sure I understood what was going on. So there were 3 strongest indicators. So we did talk about who's more prone to financial infidelity, but there are 3 that consistently came out in the research. I'm putting this together. That consistently came out in the research. A lot of this is based on my clinical experience and what I've seen in my personal life, what I've seen, the dynamics in relationships. There were 3 strongest indicators of financial infidelity, and it makes sense that it would be these 3. So the first one is relationship satisfaction, which makes sense, right? You're not satisfied, which has an impact on the commitment levels, and you're just ready to make your exit plan and you got to hide your money away. That makes sense, right? But the second one was conscientiousness. And I think it's really interesting. Maybe I should do a lecture on the different types of personality styles. There's a bunch of different personality styles, and you can take one of those assessments. I think there's one online that you can take about assessments. But of all the different personality styles, conscientiousness, your level of conscientiousness came up in a lot of the studies that I read as a strong link to financial infidelity. And I don't know I can go into it a little later, but conscientiousness is basically part of your personality. There's certain people, their personality is they like to be organized. They're conscious. They like to be conscientious about everything that they do. They like to be very organized in their surroundings. They are very dependable people. So people who are conscientious, don't be late to a meeting with them or they'll get really mad at you. People who are very conscientious also tend to expect people to follow through what they say they were going to do, right? So this makes sense. So people who scored really high on this personality scale for conscientiousness, they weren't committing financial infidelity. They were like, no, I'm not keeping any of my financial decisions secret. I am dependable and I am reliable. Dependable, reliable people have scored really high on this conscientiousness aspect of a personality. So if you want to know who to get into a relationship with, say, ooh, why don't you take this test and see how they score on conscientiousness, and then you can kind of evaluate, ooh, this is a red flag, you're low on conscientiousness. Y'all, you're gonna cheat on me one day. And this consistently comes up as an indicator. Anyway, so and it's really interesting because people who are very conscientious, they just tend to have healthy relationships. Like they're not taking BS from anybody. Like, I'm conscientious, I'm dependable, I'm organized, I'm gonna be there when you tell me to be there. I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna say what I mean and I'm gonna mean what I say. People like that have healthy relationships and are very satisfied with themselves and satisfied with life, because if you ain't with them on conscientiousness, they're done with you, right? So they tend to weed out. They don't like people who are inconsistent and people who don't follow through what they say. And that makes sense because it should translate into how they're going to be in a relationship with you, and whether they're going to be open and honest with you, or they're going to be straightforward with you and transparent. So that makes sense. I do want to talk about avoidant attachment. So believe it or not, this is something that came up. By the way, if you're in the Dr. Boyce Prime program, there's 2 weeks that we talked about attachment styles and finances. Go and look at those videos because I go into all the different attachment styles. I'm not going to cover it today, but one attachment style that completely sticks out in terms of financial infidelity for many of us are people who are avoidant in their attachment, and sometimes they just they tend to respond in a way to say you're making a big deal out of nothing. Sometimes they make important decisions in their life, but they just don't want to make it with their partner. So part of it is that their financial approach to the world is very analytical and logical, but they're avoidant, so they don't tend to share likely. So these are people who just like, you know what, I prefer working alone on things, and I don't want to be bogged down with a whole bunch of details, but I want to work alone. And a lot of times they just don't share information with you, and then you find out things on the back end and you're like, I can't understand why would you not share this information with me about purchases? And sometimes they just like, I didn't even think to share it with you. I felt like it was none of your business, so they can be a little dismissive in their conversation with you. So people who are, have this avoidant sort of orientation can tend to be like that. And they're just like that in every aspect. But I just wanted to highlight that about avoidant. So my last slide here that I'm going to talk about, and is some recommendations. And after I talk about recommendations, then I'll open it up to questions. Anybody has questions? I think it's so important to just talk about it. Here's what happens. If you have a conversation with your partner and you come up with expectations, right? Expectations. Included in that, you should have a conversation with your partner about financial expectations. And if you find that there's issues happening, they're making decisions and they're not telling you, or they're hiding, or they feel the need to hide anything from you financially and otherwise, that tells you that you're not aligned. It's a signal that you're misaligned in some way. Like maybe there's a core values. Maybe your core values just aren't syncing up. It's a signal that there's an issue and that there's further conversations that you need to have that you're not having, right? So recommendation is to just recognize, okay, we're not aligned in this way. We need to try to figure this out together. And part of that is to get some insights into your partner so that you know your partner better, but it's also to make a decision if you can live with this for the rest of your life. Can I live with this for the rest of my life, or can I not? Right? So that's one thing that that's important. Another thing is to look at yourself. Really look at yourself. Like, recognize that when there's any sort of financial conflict and or hurt feelings around financial infidelity or any type of conflict, recognize your role in that. Because yeah, you're a victim and you're a hurt person, but it's also signals that there's some other relationship issues going on that led to this infidelity, right? And you had to have played a part in that. So I think part of it is just knowing and understanding that, you are you are part of this relationship. So you have to be part of the solution and you have to be part of the issues that are going on, right? Another recommendation I would have for everyone is have an agreed upon financial sort of plan. I do think that you don't need to consult with your partner about everything that you buy, right? I think you should say, you know what, if you spend anything more than $1,000, you're going to have to talk to me. Like, let me know and talk to me, right? Give each other like a dollar amount. Say, if it's under $100, I don't care what it is. go for it. But if you're spending over a certain amount of money, $500 or $1,000, whatever it is, you two need to decide on that. Just say, look, you don't need to tell me everything. You don't really want to know everything. If it's a couple of $100 here and there, I don't really care. Or, that type of conversation. So just have like agreed upon plan, right? There's discretionary income that I don't even really care. Take part of your salary and income and put it into the joint checking account, and then you have your own personal checking account. You can put whatever money in your own personal checking account. I don't really care what you do with it. You can blow it at the casino all you want. I don't even want to know about it. I don't want to hear about it. It's not affecting our household. I think that's so important to have that kind of conversation. And so something agreed upon. And I really do think working on the overall relationship is just important in general. Like financial hiccups and financial plans and stuff, it really says there's something happening in the overall relationship. And nothing's ever going to be perfect, right? You're always going to have some sort of conflict, but you need to have a plan on how we're going to solve this inevitable conflict. You're always going to come from a different point of view. And financially, I think it's important to be proactive, right? You should have a plan with your partner. Let's sit down every month and let's go over our budget. Let's have a balance sheet. You can have a balance sheet in your relationship. Let's regularly communicate about finances and spending. What's interesting is that when couples are able to do this, have a financial plan, have a conversation about creating a budget, having a balance sheet, having regular conversations about money and finances and spending, those couples are less likely to have financial infidelity. Like your probability of financial infidelity drops to almost zero when you're having regular conversations about money. Makes sense, right? You're on the same page. You feel connected to each other. Nothing makes you feel strongly bonded to the relationship and committed to each other when you sit down and say, we're going to put our money together and we're going to do this with it. And we got goals and all of that. Like that's a beautiful part of a relationship. And if you aren't able to do that financially, what's the point? You're planning to build something together. That's the pinnacle of just the whole idea of the family unit and the household unit is to build each other up and to have each other's back. And part of that is going to be building our bank accounts, having each other's back financially. And that helps the overall relationship. Okay, so get your questions ready. I'm going to answer your questions. I'm going to say goodbye to Instagram. And then I'll answer any of your questions here. So be sure to put it in the Q&A or you can put it in the chat or whatever you want. I'm going to say goodbye. Instagram, goodbye. Thanks for tuning in.
Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm doing well. Good morning, Boyce.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Why you all up in my face?
I am. I like being in your face. It makes me comfortable.
Yeah, your breath is hot.
That's okay. You gotta love it though.
I love your hot breath.
What you want me to get up and brush my teeth? I gotta be a strong Black woman for you now. I gotta do it all.
Okay, hot Cheeto breath, whatever. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Good morning to Terry Cobb and my girl Ella and Dr. R. Conrad Bingham. Good to see you. Let's do a quick sound check as we get started today. Do us a favor. Could you give us a yes in the chat if you can hear us okay? Give us a yes. And also let us know what city you're from. We like to see what city you guys are from. The Objective News Agency, B1 to you too. Kevin Johnson, B1 Chicago. Yes, B1. That means Black
Shut
first.
down. Hey.
Terry, okay, thank you, Terry Cobb. Facebook user says, good morning, everyone. I see Memphis for Armenia. Natasha says yes. And Jacqueline, thank you. All right, Phoenix. Dr. Conrad Bingham's in Phoenix. Very nice. Look him up, y'all. He's in Phoenix doing doctor stuff. Montgomery, Alabama. Boynton Beach for Natasha. Khaled is in Little Rock. Remember banging in Little Rock?
No, what's banging in Little Rock?
It was a whole HBO special about all the Crips and Blood gangs that they had in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh, I missed it.
They covered in Snowfall. Remember Snowfall when that lady Jerome with the Jerry curl and all the gold chains took his girlfriend out to their cousins in Little Rock and they bought the crack out there?
But she was the one that she was the strong Black woman that actually made that deal happen in Snowfall.
She was. She did.
She and her friend out there.
And that would be true. So
they
you know
made
what?
Progress in the crack cocaine era.
Excellent point. Well, Tommy Williams has a busy day, so we can't waste Tommy and Carolyn and Stephen's time. So let's go ahead and jump into our topic since we're talking about strong Black women. Okay, so today's
I've been
topic.
trying to bring us back to it.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job. That was so subtle.
Oh, thank you.
That was such a strong Black woman move of you. Anyway, so today we are discussing the myth of the strong Black woman. Today I saw something where there was some comments that were made by a man who pretty much kind of said that effectively, and he was shouting out Kevin Samuels at the time, which I know kind of makes your skin crawl a little bit, but he was basically saying that this strong Black woman thing, that when we expect Black women to be strong, it can sometimes make the men not as strong. Like the men don't necessarily do a whole lot because they feel like, okay, the women got this. I don't need to be there for my kid. She got this. And so I want to ask you all this. Let's start here. How many of you feel like women in your family that can be defined as strong Black women? And also, if you are a strong Black woman, give a yes in the chat. If you've been seen as a strong Black woman, able to hold it down, able to get it all done, able to make all the money, take out the garbage, paint the house.
We are bringing home the bacon
roof,
and we are frying it up in the pan.
Right, kill the rats, beat up the neighbors.
We mowing lawns.
Right. Yeah.
We're cutting hedges.
Yeah, right. So, okay.
We're fixing the plumbing.
Natasha said it's so annoying.
It is.
Okay. So let's start here then. I'm going to start off with a confession. You ready for my confession? I got a confession.
What's your confession?
My confession is that I think I married a strong Black woman. I really do.
And you admire me for it, right?
I do admire you for it.
So what happens if I'm less than? What happens if I make a mistake and I'm not as strong? What happens when I show my weakness? What do you do when I show my weakness?
Oh, it's over then.
If I cry to you, if I come to you and I lay my pain on you, Black man, and I'm in pain and I'm in anger about something that I have justifiably need to be in pain and need to be mad at, how do you receive me when I come to you like that?
Well, I didn't sign up for all of that.
So you want me, you're putting me back into this strong Black woman myth. It's a myth.
Okay. So
where do I go to lay my burdens down?
Right. So let's jump back in. Let's have a serious conversation.
This is very serious.
Right. It's very serious. So let me say this.
This is the dynamic that men and women go through.
I get it. Okay.
So
let me say this, right? I have a perception and a perspective on the strong Black woman thing. First of all, I don't think it's an insult to tell someone that they're strong. Like, I think stronger people are more successful. They're able to overcome things. They can fight through adversity. So I think that we need to stop sort of making it a stigma to be strong. However, the same way you can have, toxic masculinity, I think you can have a type of toxicity that can grow out of being so strong that you can't accept help from others.
Because we don't trust you, Black man. We have relied on you. We have relied on you, Black man. and you didn't come through for us. So then we had to pick up our pieces, wipe the tears away, and we had to do it on our own. We had to carry it all on our own because it had to be done. It needed to be done. And the person that we relied on let us down.
Well, and I don't. Well, so you're connecting it definitely back to slavery, oppression, racism.
Yeah, all of that.
And all these things, right? Mm-hmm. And I do agree with that, right? And I would say that the strong Black woman myth definitely comes out of having to do things on your own that you didn't plan to have to do on your own. And and so what I've seen is where it becomes almost like a really interesting cycle.
It's a vicious cycle.
And let me explain it like this.
Mm-hmm.
if you get to the point where you're so strong that you learn how to do everything on your own and you communicate to the world that you don't need anybody's help, then people are not going to want to help you. And I know this because I'm a strong Black man. I'm intellectually strong. I'm financially strong. And you remember how hard it was when I got to a point where I actually had a great business idea and I was looking for investors. I realized I had a really hard time asking people for money. I have no problem with everybody asking me for money. I'm used to it. It happens. I complain about it, but I've loaned money to more people than I can count. But when it got to the point where I was asking others to help me, it was really hard to do.
Yeah.
And so to some extent, I had fallen victim, or I'd become trapped by my own self-image. And I would say that I think the same thing can apply to the strong Black woman thing. I think that if you are so strong that you let the world know how strong you are and that you don't really need them, you don't need their help, and that you got this by yourself, then when somebody comes along who can help you, they're gonna say, "Oh, well, I was gonna help you, but I don't need to help you." Like, let me give you an example. My Uncle Charles, years ago, rest his soul. I remember one time he came to me and he wanted to give me some advice because I was like 21 years old. He wanted to give me some advice on how to make good choices or whatever. And I was like, "Oh no, I'm making straight A's and I make plenty of money. I'm doing good." He's like, "Oh, okay, you covered and you good." And he didn't give me any advice, right? Because I let him know that I got this, right? So I think that sometimes, while we can certainly put some of that on the Black man in terms of us having things that we can do a little bit better, we know this. Sometimes you see cases where women will run into a strong Black man who wants to help. And I really believe if you let a man know that you don't need him, then he's gonna be like, okay, cool.
See, I think that we have to understand each other better. I think that there was something about, and I know what video you're talking about. I agreed with what he said, but there was something in his voice that I just didn't like. It was like there was a frustration and an angst in his voice. And I think that when we start talking about the issues between Black men and women, I think we need to lighten our voices a little bit. And we need to stop having it just sounds contemptuous to me. And that never works. So I think we need to come from a place of understanding. So when you run into a woman who wants to be this strong Black woman, it's a myth. We really want your help, but we don't know. We're going to test you and we're going to see, are you really true? Are you going to are you going to do what you say and say what you do? Are you going to mean what you say? And so we don't know because we've been let down so much. We don't know if you're going to really come through for us. So I think that what it takes is patience. I think if you come across a woman who is a strong Black woman and she can do it all by herself, you need to read between the lines and see, okay, I've got to show her, I've got to show up for her. I've got to let her trust me so that she can lower her guard emotionally, physically, everything. I mean, it's a survival mechanism. It's a great thing to be a strong Black woman because that's how you that's a survival mechanism. So you have to see it that way as a strength. But then you also have to see it as a problem that can be solved with patience and love and compassion. That's what we're looking for from you men. I'm speaking for all women today. If you haven't noticed.
Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, everybody, in case you just came in, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is a licensed therapist and couples counselor and a full professor of social work. My PhD is in finance, and so I like to talk about economics. So we end up talking about a lot of love and money kinds of issues, as well as just things that are fun and interesting and deep for the Black community. If that's your thing, feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. We have a lot of free resources on how to live a drama-free lifestyle, as well as you can get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. So if you'd like a free copy of my book, just go to boyceandalicia.com. Also, you can sign up for Alicia's speed dating event in Atlanta, in case you didn't know, she likes to matchmake and bring people together. So if you'd like to join the speed dating event in Atlanta on July 22nd at the Black House, the Legacy Center, then just go to boyceandalicia.com. There's a link there where you can sign up. All right, so do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Okay, so that's a great point, right? I really like that, and I've seen what you're referring to, right? That my theory is that when you've gone through a lot, it can take time to break away, to peel back the onion, to kind of get through the layers, that come from some of the scars, and I apologize for that, right? It makes me very sad, I know my sister, is a strong Black woman, and I feel like some of it came from my father not being there. The first words she said about our dad were not very positive, and I'm not going to repeat the words out of respect for her, but I asked her what was it like to live with my biological father, and she said, I remember being 4, and the first words about him at 4 that she can recall were negative words. So as a result, I think this can create a lack of trust, because the first man you love, your first boyfriend, so to speak,
let you down,
right?
And therefore all men will let me down,
right? Right. So here's what's interesting. I love the Black woman. I always have, and I never planned to marry any woman other than a Black woman. I wasn't even open to that. But what I have observed is that when I've run into women that were very strong and let me know they did not need me, sometimes it was like, I don't really feel like peeling back the layers of this onion. It's hard to operate in an environment where the trust is very low from the jump. That means that the margin of error is very low. So that means that if you say, hey, I'm going to bring the ice cream by at 4:00 and you forget to bring the ice cream, she's going to be like, see, that's why I don't trust Black men. Right. Like that, like the premise sort of begins with this fundamental belief that Black men cannot be trusted. So if you make a mistake,
see, I knew so. I knew I couldn't trust you.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. What do you call it? Confirmation bias. All those things, right? Kick in, right? So in a way, it's an interesting paradox. Because you think about this, right? So I'm a Black boy, and let's say I never had a dad in the house, and I watched my mother do everything and handle all the business in the house, and she just was the boss. And then maybe because she felt guilty that my daddy wasn't there, she just kind of spoiled me. I don't know what that is, what that dynamic is, but I think mothers are better at disciplining daughters, and fathers are better at disciplining sons. I think it's hard the other way around. Like the fathers will spoil their daughters, and sometimes the mothers will spoil their sons. So the son sat there. His sisters are getting disciplined.
That's why you need both parents.
Right. His sisters are getting all the discipline in the world, but he's kind of being allowed to slide. He can make excuses. He's allowed to watch the women kind of do everything, carrying the groceries and all that. So he goes out in the world, and when he's dating, he's looking for a woman just like his mom. Is that a crazy theory? I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. I mean, do y'all think that theory is like out of control? That if I grew up seeing my mother take care of everything, that I'm gonna really start dating to look for someone who's like my mother. So that means that if we have a baby together, I'm gonna go out in the street and just still be sleeping around, but you're gonna take care of the baby because you got this. You're a strong Black woman. And then on Mother's Day, I'll be like, I want to say thank you to all my baby's mama.
If the relationship survives,
right?
It may not even survive.
Well,
it'll just be.
Right.
It wouldn't survive.
Right. Have you ever seen those? Like we see it online every Mother's Day.
I'm wishing my mom a happy Father's Day.
No. On Mother's Day, well, that too. But on a lot of Mother's Day, every year on social media, I'll see somebody will say, I wanted to say thank you to all my baby's moms for taking good care of my kids. And it'd be like four baby mamas. And
at least he's showing gratitude.
Right. It's like thank you for taking care of all my responsibilities.
Thank you for doing everything. I don't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think that we have to take a really critical look at this, because Black women are suffering. I mean, we're more likely to die of heart attacks than white women. We're more likely to neglect our own health, physical health and mental health, because we're taking on the burdens of everybody else in the household and outside the household. And then we think that Jesus can fix it. We're not going to go to therapy. We're going to see Jesus can fix it.
Well, Black women, African-American women are the most religious group of people in America.
Yeah.
They go to and
we holding it down. We strong Black women for the church, for Jesus.
Oh, that pastor living good off y'all's money.
So we're going to pay it too.
Yeah. And y'all will be
because that's what we give. That's what we get. Think about when we go to church. Remember I talked about earlier about how secure attachment comes from someone being available to you, someone being responsive, and someone being empathetic. That's what Black women, that's what we get in the church. Wow. We're not getting that from our men.
Interesting.
So that's a secure attachment.
Does Jesus become your boyfriend?
Jesus is my man.
Wow.
Jesus will fix it. because he always come through.
Jesus
He
is the
don't ever
fix-it
let me
man.
down.
Wow.
Those songs pierce our hearts.
Wow.
The gospel music.
And you don't even go to church.
I don't even go to church, and I love that song. I love all gospel music.
Really?
Yes.
That's so funny. That's so interesting. You know, and it's funny because I know as a man, I never wanted to go to church because I would see right through the hustle. I'd be like, okay, this ain't nothing but pimping.
Yeah.
There's one guy sitting at the front of the church telling you that you shouldn't date nobody outside the church so he can go sleep with all the women in the front row. I got guys see right through that. Like, I'm not giving that man my money. I'm not going to sit here and let him tell me what to do. But the women love the pastor.
Yeah, because we're getting something out of it.
Mm.
We're feeling good. That can help us carry us through for the rest of the week.
Oh, okay. Well, you know,
allow me to speak for all Black women today.
Well, let's throw up a question here. By the way, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Share, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. If you'd like to join the speed dating event in Atlanta on July 22nd, that Dr. Alicia's hosting at the Legacy Center, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You could also at that link get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. Hit the thumbs up button. So Dr. Bingham has a question. He says, and this is I'm gonna let you answer first, and then I'll respond. And he brings up the late Kevin Samuels, which, you know, respect to the dead, of course. It says, do women raise men that they wouldn't date? Kevin Samuels talked about that. So what do you think about that? If somebody says, you know, a lot of these guys that are just bums and losers, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't like it. I have a real bias against Black men that don't come through, that you know, weak men. It bothers me because weak men let me down when I was a kid, and strong men, you know, in my life carried me, right? So what do you think about that when Dr. Bingham says,
I'm trying to understand the question,
that a lot of the mothers will raise men that they themselves would not date? So
okay, I'm trying to understand the question.
So you're raising your son to be, I was going to explain it to you. Go ahead,
explain it.
So you're raising your son to be lazy. You're raising your son to be irresponsible. You're raising your son to not be accountable.
I don't understand what that means.
And then you're throwing him out there. I mean, really? Well,
I don't understand what that means.
Like mothers that cover for their babies. You've never seen that? They make excuses for them. They go to jail. They bail them out. They, you know, they get to live in their mama's basement, smoking weed and playing Xbox all day in their drawers. You know, their mothers don't challenge them.
Okay, I don't see that, so I'm not understanding exactly where that comes from. So when you're done with your point, I would like to speak.
No, but what he's saying is that there are women that raise soft sons, and then they throw their sons out in the world, and they end up dating women, and these men don't come through for the women. They have 8 babies, mamas, and whatever, and the mother is making excuses for him and like kind of just overlooking his behavior.
I think a mother, when they're raising children, want to love them and nurture them and protect them. Okay, they want to protect them, and so for boys in particular, think about how slavery happened, how moms would try to protect their sons in particular because it was the men that were going out and being lynched. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it is a way to protect. We want to protect our sons, not make them into whatever the Kevin Samuels statement was. We want to make sure that we are providing for them and that we're giving them, and our intention is to set them up so that they can succeed in life and that they can survive in life. And so we are doing for them as our way of showing love for them. So we can say, listen, I want you to go out there and we want you to do the best you can with your best foot forward. I'm going to work 2 jobs so that you can have a car, so that you can get back and forth to work, you know, so that you can have a decent way. So we sacrifice ourselves as Black women to make sure that our children have what they need so that they can succeed. They can have what we will perceive as an upper hand so that they can have a little bit of somewhat of an advantage, if not similar to everyone else, when they succeed. We don't want them to go out there and be lacking of something and not being able to make it, to fall on our faces because of all the external pressures that are put on Black men. So we're trying to nurture them and love them the best way that we can. You know, granted that we don't have their father that's showing up the way they're supposed to show up. And it's unfortunate that sometimes we take out our anger and aggression out on them sometimes, but it's coming from a place of love. So I'm still confused Maybe I need to start thinking about it a little more. But I think that just the entire phrasing of Kevin Samuels and that way of thinking, I don't see that being very understanding.
Okay, and I can hear that, right? And and here's what I would say to Dr. Bingham's comment, and with due respect to Kevin and what the good things that he was able
Listen,
to
let's
listen.
separate Kevin Samuels as a man.
Mhm.
Okay, rest in peace and all of that. Let's now talk about the ideas.
Right.
Okay.
So let me respond on that.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I don't agree with what Dr. Bingham said, this was my concern about the whole Kevin Samuels movement, is that you can't put all that on women. You remember, the woman did not make that baby by herself. Do we all agree on that? Can we at least agree on the idea that women don't have babies without someone who owns a penis injecting seed into their bodies and creating that child? Can we agree on that? Yes or no? Basic biology. Give me a yes in the chat if we can agree on that basic premise. So when you look at a guy, you look at a kid, a young man, and you see that he wasn't disciplined, as a kid. I know some of these weak guys. I've seen them. I've seen these weak men don't take responsibility for nothing, just out here causing chaos throughout the world. Yes, absolutely. That he was made soft by somebody. And from my experience, traditionally speaking, the mother tends to be the nurturer. His father
has to put pressure.
Was responsible for giving him the discipline. His father, don't get me wrong, mothers can discipline sons too. My mother disciplined me too, but my mother wasn't more of a nurturer. My father was the disciplinarian. My father taught me to be a man. My father taught me to stand up. My father taught me to follow through. So when you see a broken, weak ass bootleg, fake pretend to be man out here, don't just say, well, Mom, why didn't you raise him like a soldier? Because that's not what mothers tend to do. Mothers don't, the mama will bake you cookies and give you hugs, faster than she'll, take you out and make you go climb a mountain and shovel dirt in the backyard and take out the trash, so it doesn't mean mothers can't play some role in that discipline piece, but that was my big concern about just a lot of what I heard when I did check out, some of the stuff Kevin did, because I'm not gonna say it was all bad. It wasn't. But sometimes I'll be like, why are we acting like Black women are that they're the only ones who played a role in the creation of the mess that's in front of us?
And then we hear statements like that from Kevin Samuels and others. And then we internalize that and we think there's something inherently wrong with us. And it is the wrong thing to do, which in turn makes us want to become perfectionists.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you what happened last week. I was doing something at work at my main job, my full-time job. And I had to fill out this form and I had to send it out, like this form. But I made a mistake and I filled out the wrong form.
Oh no.
Okay, I sent this wrong form out, and then it was brought to my attention, and I had to hurry up and scurry and fill, because it's all these forms, and when you work for like bureaucracies and universities, it's not like they know what the plan is, but you have to have like this documentation, this paper trail or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know how how it goes. So I filled out the wrong form, and internally I felt like, oh my God, this university is going to think I'm a total fuck up, basically, because I did the wrong form. Why wasn't I paying attention? And I was really hard on myself. And I was like, look, you don't even get paid to work in the summer. This is like something that you needed to do. It's okay if I make a mistake, but because I have been held to such high standards, every time I make a mistake, I'm treated like I am a mistake. I'm taking on a lot of this burden of wanting to be perfect and do everything right. And if I had paid attention, and I'm on myself, this is what we do as Black women. We make mistakes. We're hard on ourselves. We need to have self-compassion. And I had to remind myself in the moment, Alicia, it's the summertime. You're really working on some of these other things you want to get forward. You've accomplished so much this summer. I had to force myself to look at all the things that I've accomplished because I was really kind of annoyed that I made a mistake. And I think that when we are at work, Black women, there's so much on us as Black women. We make one little mistake and it's just like, all the world comes crashing down on you. So we're held at such a high level,
okay,
high standard, a standard that none of us can ever reach, a standard that's different from everybody else that you work with, and so it's like it's very difficult for us. We're carrying that burden with us.
Interesting. Wow. Well, you know what, guys? What in case you just came in, we are talking about the pain of being the strong Black woman and the consequences on family, the consequences on economics, things like that. If you're enjoying this conversation, please make sure you subscribe to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, Alicia is hosting a speed dating event. So if you're single and you live near Atlanta, it's going to be on Sunday and
Friday.
Friday. I'm sorry. Did I say Sunday?
Yeah,
I meant to say Friday. I'm sorry. July
22nd.
Friday, July 22nd.
7 p.m.
Yeah, 7 p.m. And you got to register in advance. You can't just, show up at the door. You got to register in advance. So go to boyceandalicia.com. You can get information there. All right. So let me let me jump into kind of the what I see in my view, my humble view of kind of the economic consequences of like the myth of the strong Black woman. I'll start by talking about my grandmother Felicia, who I admire so much because she was the epitome of the strong Black woman. My grandmother was so strong that I remember finding out 20 years later that in the 80s she was getting chemo and would go get chemo in the morning and then go to work in the afternoon and not tell anybody she was even getting chemo.
Yeah.
And she raised 5 kids by herself, never made more than $22,000 a year. When she died, she had perfect credit, plenty of money in the bank. Just everything in order. Her whole estate plan was in order. Just had her stuff together. I remember people in our family that made 4 times more money than her that would go to her to borrow money because she saved. She protected her resources. She was just super smart that way. And the thing about it though is that that's not always the case.
That's not healthy.
Right.
It's not healthy.
Well, single black mothers actually have the lowest net worth in America.
Yeah.
Because it's just so difficult. And and I think that pressure to kind of have to sort of take on this stereotype of being the strong Black woman, it can cause friction, I think, in families. I can just tell you, I believe firmly that if you let a man know you don't need him, you're reducing the chances he's going to stay with you. I think because commitment requires like a sense of obligation for the man. Like, when I don't know about women, I can't speak on all women, but I can speak on, I know a lot of male friends who are certainly looking for love. They want to be loved and things like that, but they're not necessarily, walking around saying, I can't wait to be in a committed relationship because it comes with a lot of work. There's financial responsibilities, a lot of stuff that comes with it. So, I remember when I was like 30 or 29 and I was dating a strong Black woman who basically let me know she didn't need me. She wasn't being mean.
Did she mean it though?
No, she didn't.
She didn't mean it.
She did not
and
mean
so
it.
I think that
No, wait, let me finish my story.
Read
hold
between
on,
the lines.
hold on, strong Black woman. Let me finish my part and then you can finish yours. Okay. I'm messing with you. So she was basically letting me know she didn't need me. And what she didn't understand was I was kind of getting bored in that relationship. I'd met, a nice lady, but the only thing stopping me from pursuing that was that I'd made a commitment. And so I said, I think I remember I said something to her like, I said, so, you seem to love me, but you don't really seem like you really need me. And she was kind of like, well, I don't need nothing. I don't need nobody, right? And I was like, so you're saying that if I left, you'd be okay? Because remember, the guilt, part of the guilt was what was keeping me there. Like she needs me. I can't walk off and hurt this person's feelings. And she's like, you ain't gonna get no drama out of me. You ain't gonna get no drama out of me. I'll be fine. And so I believed her. I mean, maybe that was wrong, right? But my rule had always been that when somebody says something, you believe them. Like no means no. Like if a woman says no, I don't want to date you, I always take it like no. I didn't want to be the guy who says no. She said no, but she really meant yes. Next thing you know, you get hit up with sexual harassment charges and sexual misconduct. So no. If you told me no, that meant no to me. If you wanted, if the answer was really yes, you would have said yes. So when she said she didn't need me, I was like, okay, well, I really don't know if I want to be in a relationship anymore. And she acted like it didn't bother her. And I know that it did. 20 years later, I know that it did. But in my mind, I'm kind of like, I know my reaction. I'm just being honest here. Honestly, the fact that she let me know she did not need me is the only thing that made me feel like, okay, so you're giving me permission to go. I'm gonna go out and have fun. I'll catch you later.
So your reasoning for breaking up with somebody is rested on their response to one question. I think
No,
like maybe
I mean it was a combination, and
it
I wouldn't do that with
probably,
you.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it was, that wasn't the most, I think we need to be
I
mature in
was
how we,
young. I was
I know
20.
you were
I was
young. I know
29.
you were young, but I think this is a good illustration about how we need to really be mature with each other. And I think maybe there was some trust issues in there to begin with. Maybe we don't have her here, so maybe she was frustrated with a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she didn't feel comfortable enough around you. Maybe it just wasn't, the safety wasn't created there where she felt like she could let her guard down, because part of it is letting your guard down. Nothing is worse than confessing your love for somebody and then they're like, I don't
Yeah.
really feel the same way. And so if you had found someone better, maybe on some level she kind of picked up on that, and her feelings were hurt. It's never good to be dumped.
Yeah.
And so I think like how we react to each other needs to be a little better. She was had a little ego probably.
Yeah.
It was just, and kept it together, but
Ego means he go.
he go
Yeah,
when you
he
got an
go.
ego.
Ego means that he go. You keep that ego. I mean, since all that fronting,
Yeah, I mean,
like I don't need you and all that. I get it. I totally get it. Right. In hindsight, there were times where I took a woman's word literally, and maybe, and in hindsight, I'm like, okay, she didn't really mean it. I was being tested or whatever. But the problem is that you got to be careful about testing men like that, because you're playing a dangerous game for the man.
okay, so we're
Because
getting off into this.
no,
This
but
is
let me explain though. Like I had there was literally another time where when I was in graduate school, there was a lady I thought about dating her, and I said, "Hey, would you like to date a little bit and whatever?" And she said no. I said, "Okay, no problem." And then 2 weeks later, her friend says, "Well, why don't you try to date so and so?" And I said, "Because I asked her." She said no, and she said, "Oh, no, no, she really was going to say yes. She was just testing you." And the reason that those tests are not cool, I know, I get it. I understand. Sometimes women say no and they're really testing it, and it makes sense from a traditional standpoint. But in the modern era that we live in, when a woman says no, and you say, "Oh, no, no, she didn't mean no. She's wanted me to keep asking her. She really meant yes. I just got to keep on pushing." Hell no, because you don't know. You might be pushing on a door that ain't supposed to open, and next thing you know, you get accused of being some sort of predator. Men have to watch out for that. So I just tell men, like, look, a grown ass woman's gonna tell you what she wants. If she can't tell you what she wants and you're dealing with a little girl, I would not. I don't believe in playing those games.
all of us have this little child, this hurt child inside of us, boys. You have, on some level, based on some of the things I've heard you say, you have a little hurt
Oh,
boy.
we all do.
You
We
have
all
a
do.
little hurt boy inside of you. All of us have a hurt child of being rejected. Rejection is the worst feeling ever in the world, I think. Just
Mm,
to be rejected. It's just like you are reduced down to nothing.
mm-hmm.
The feeling of rejection. And so the pain of being rejected, and that's never a good thing to feel. So I think a lot of us are speaking from that hurt person. And so again, when I talk about compassion, I really think that you just have to have a better conversation with people and
Mm.
don't ask them specifically. I mean, I think it would have gone over better if you had sat down with this lady and said, let's talk about our relationship. How are you feeling in this relationship? Where is this going? That would have been a more mature conversation than the conversation you had. So if you said, where do you think this is going? How do you see both of us in the future? Am I someone that you want? Do you have any issues with me? How can I make this relationship better? You can even be honest and say, you know what? I went to a conference and I met a bunch of lovely ladies who are interested in me. I'm not going to pursue any of them because I'm with you now. What can we do to communicate with each other to make our relationship better? And that type, if you had come to her in that sort of way, she would have been more comfortable, I'm thinking, to be able to open up to you a little more and say, you know what, boys, I really love you. I really enjoy spending time with you. Whatever she would have said. Or she could have said, I don't see this going anywhere. Maybe we should talk about, I think there's a nice, peaceful, easy way to end relationships where you're not stabbing someone and sticking them. I think that we end relationships in a way where it's just so damaging. And then I got to carry that with me now. The pain of this man that doesn't like me, who was ready to dump me like a hot potato for whatever reason. I have to carry this around with me. And this is what I'm talking about when I say how we relate to each other and how we, talk to each other and approach each other needs to be way more graceful and peaceful. We need to approach each other like we love ourselves. There's so much self-hatred. And I think that was the issue with the entire energy of the Kevin Samuels, and there's some others out there. That whole entire thing, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of any sort of compassion and understanding, and you'll never get anywhere. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy for those Kevin Samuels likes.
Okay, well, by the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. This is where my wife and I lay together on our pillows and have conversations about, things going on in the Black community. And we try to keep it Black and intelligent and fun. If this is your thing, then feel free to go check out what Alicia does. She's a licensed therapist, life coach, and a full professor of social work. So if you would like to learn more about what she does with couples, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Okay, so I'm gonna pop up this comment. This brother made a donation, so I'm, if you're giving money, then I gotta acknowledge your comment, as long as you ain't saying nothing crazy. All right, let's see. Those who say I'm strong and independent and don't need a man are the ones who are guaranteed to, at worst, be alone forever, or they'll end up with a femme man who they don't respect, as she'll be the dude. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I see that happen all the time. I see, now I most quality women I know that I've met, they don't deliberately take on the strong Black woman image, and they don't run around saying we don't need men, right? I think that they've kind of learned how to look at the nuances of feminism and everything else to kind of say, men are important, men matter, right? But I'm still going to be okay. Like, I'm not going to be overly codependent and just some weak little soul who's going to crumble if the man's not there. But I do think that when you are, I believe in masculine and feminine roles. And one thing I have observed is that we've created this interesting cycle where you maybe have that guy who was raised by that strong single mom, and we tend to date women or men who remind us of our parents. So you can imagine men. I have the name we like to use is the hobosexual. The hobosexual who looks at the woman as the breadwinner. He looks at the woman as the leader. He looks at the woman as almost like the man of the house. And his job is to just sort of, hang around, maybe be the sperm donor. And that's it.
These women in this type of scenario are miserable, by the way.
Yeah.
They really don't like to take on everything. And they really wish that they had a husband that would step up a little more. And they're constantly testing. And so, again, this is where these conversations need to happen. Why am I doing everything? I'm going to work like you. We need to think about how we're going to at least get help in the house. We need to share these responsibilities. Housing, child rearing responsibilities, we need to share that. We need to have a conversation about. So they're miserable, and if you look at your husband like he's a weak man, then he'll always be a weak man. So you have to look at them with, okay, we need to have this conversation. He can do it. We can do it. We can share the load and not have to do it all on our own. Because Black women are tired. They go into bed and they sleep before their head hits the pillow. So then that makes me wonder, like, what type of intimacy is happening between these couples? Not very much. They're too tired to even focus on each other.
Well, what I would say is that, I when a real man shows up, like a real strong quality man who understands or who has an image in his mind of his role as the masculine creature in the relationship, I think that even though we know that it's on the man to really show up as men, I'm a believer in that. women also have to understand what a real man looks like and know that there can't be two men in that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even in gay relationships, they have a masculine and feminine role.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany Griner is the dude in her house. Let's keep it 100. Brittany Griner, you know, is, you know, she eats the big piece of chicken. You know, she's the one that's
Oh
gonna carry
my
the luggage.
God.
She's the one that's gonna fix the roof,
No,
right?
you didn't.
So I know it, but it's true. It's true. So you know, I would say that one of the things that you have to be cautious about is if a man's trying to be a man, let him be a man. You know, like, don't if because if you're constantly like pushing him to the side and trying to like take control of everything, maybe because you have a hard time giving up control, giving up that power,
Mm-hmm.
then what you have in your relationship is a power struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about everybody else, but when I feel like I'm in like a power struggle, I'm either going to dominate the power struggle by making sure that I'm more masculine than the dude I'm competing with, or I'm just going to walk away and say, you know what, this is going to lead to conflict. I'm not trying to do this. But I'm not really going to be thinking like I want to really nurture this person who's competing with me. If you're competing with me, I'm not thinking about nurturing with you. I'm thinking about dealing with you.
But that's
right?
the thing, is that we all have to switch our brains to say let's nurture each other. We all have to switch our brains and step out of that. We have to recognize it. And I think before you move on and walk on, because you've invested so much in a relationship. I'm not talking about our relationship. I'm talking about a relationship.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about me and you, though. I'm just talking about you have to be able to nurture things. You have to be able to have an understanding of it. You have to read up on the strong Black woman and where it comes from. Started way back in slavery. There's a whole history on it. Read up on it and change the way you see your spouse. Change the way you see your wife. Change the way you see the other person and say, okay, I'm now getting a total understanding of it. Coming to the situation with an attitude of understanding and compassion will solve the problem. It's sitting down with them, just like I illustrated with that one lady in graduate school. Sitting down with them and having explicit conversation. I'm not saying the conversation needs to end in the two of you being together, but even if you say, okay, at the end of this conversation, goodbye to you. Thank you for this experience. I am now going to move on. Mm-hmm. There's still a way to do that where you can come with a place of compassion. Instead of saying, well, then forget it. If she wants to do everything around the house, then let her do everything around the house. Fine. I'll just go in the basement and watch movies, you know, while she is upstairs cooking and cleaning and putting the kids to bed all by herself.
Right. So let me interrupt and point out something real quick, guys. Mm-hmm. There is a fake Boyce Watkins that is in my chat, and he's literally messaging people and saying, hit me up in your inbox. So I just want to warn everybody, these people, that you got these
they're vicious.
Yeah, you got these scammers out here, and there's like literally like 5 or 10 fake Boyce Watkins Instagram pages out here, stuff like that. Here,
5 or 10 boys? There's got to be more than
maybe that. 10 or 20, I don't know. But there's another message from this dork. So if you see this person, could you please report the person? And also, please be careful, because I don't want you to lose money. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, hit me up in my WhatsApp. It's probably somebody in, Ukraine or something, or Nigeria or anywhere else. I'm not going to say Nigeria because I'm part Nigerian. I would hate to believe that my own people would do this to me.
Let's just say Russia. How about we blame it all on Russia?
Blame it on Russia. There we go.
Russia did it.
That's right. But either way, I just want to warn you guys, and I'm going to start warning you a little more often just to make sure nobody gets caught with that. And I apologize for that. I can't stop it. It's all over the place. But so I agree with you, right? I think that what you're leaning toward, where I'm going to take the ball and run in this direction, is really, I would argue that relationships are just complicated. I believe they're more complicated now than they were 50 years ago. And I think that what I found is that you benefit from having like that outside help, like that referee, which might be your therapist or something, to help you figure out, okay, how's this going to work? And what are the roles going to be? How are you going to communicate properly? Because look, here's the deal. Somebody made a comment about Kevin Samuels. I'm going to put this up here again. I can't, if I can find it. But basically what he was saying was that he said, and I don't agree with this comment completely, but I think it's worth hearing. He basically said that Kevin Samuels was a guy. Here we go. He said Kevin Samuels was helping Black women see the view from a Black man's perspective. I think women should applaud that idea, but instead tear him down and the rest join in to gang up on him. It's bad. Now, here's why I disagree with your comment, but here's why. But I'm also explaining why your comment should be heard. I disagree with the comment because I think that it could have been done nicer. If you go look at the last 10 thumbnails on Kevin's channel before his unfortunate passing, you'll notice that every single one of those thumbnails had a Black woman on it, and it was not a flattering image. It was like an attack on Black women. Black woman thinks she's the prize. Black women over 35 are leftovers. Black women, da da da. Or and that's a problem. That's not cool.
There's no solution to those type of thumbnails and that type of dialogue.
Right. And so if you're bringing up your point, I believe you can love the Black woman and also be a man at the same time. Like so men should be heard, and I don't believe that we hear men enough. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of guys who would watch Kevin's channel because they said, man, nobody's listening to us. Everybody's attacking us. Everybody thinks that we're just R. Kelly's in the making and just kind of being mean, and there and I said, yeah, but you can make your point without feeling like you have to tear down Black women in the process. Just say, look, I'm a man. I love you. I respect you. I honor you. I uphold you. But you're not going to build nothing off of degrading who I am. Like I feel disrespected. I don't feel heard. I don't feel treated properly. And I think men should say that. And I think men can say that and declare their manhood without it becoming like, look at all these women. It's the women's fault. Even when a Black man is weak, it's because his mama didn't raise him right.
There's no accountability. It's just all falls on Black women. And that's what I'm saying. The women who listen to that and to hear all of that and to agree with that perspective, they're also contributing to the strong Black woman.
Yeah.
They're contributing to it. That everything rests on our shoulders, that we're responsible for any and everything, and we can't share that responsibility with anyone. So it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, like these women are out of control.
These women are holding it down.
They setting their standards too high. Like, never mind the fact that maybe you're just not reaching the standard. It's like they're setting their standards too high. It just got to be a silly conversation because I've seen this. I've seen, because Derrick Jackson was doing that, except doing it for women. He was telling women in every other video that nothing is ever your fault. That literally the reason he didn't commit to you is because he's weak and he's scared and these men are weak and they don't want accountability. Shut up. I mean, don't disrespect it, Nick. I don't want to say it like that. But I read that and I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're pandering. I get it. You're pandering. That's why you got all these women on your channel saying, he's telling it like it is. No, he's not. He's telling you like you want to hear it. And the reason you're miserable in your life is because you don't want to face reality. You don't want to realize that maybe the reason your stuff ain't working out is because you're messing up. You're making bad choices.
Boyce, we have to deconstruct all of that. It's not just one person making bad choices. People do the best that they can in their situations. That's what I'm trying to say. It's when I'm interacting with you and I'm like, why would you do something like that? What's going on? I'm trying to have an understanding about why you're doing that. Not sit there and say, he just did that. He's stupid. You need to move on.
That's true.
So we need to stop that. We need to stop. It can't just rest on just one person.
Well, as Kevin Cosby in Louisville, Kentucky says, before you correct, you must connect. Right. So before I correct you, I need to understand you. Right. And maybe that's what's missing. Right. That's what's missing when you criticize Black men and don't try to understand why we do what we do, or you criticize Black women and don't try to understand why they do what they do. Like, I really encourage all men who are frustrated with the behavior of Black women to really try to understand, like, put yourself in their shoes. Like, imagine
it's a survival mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what people are supposed to do. It's an appropriate response to having a man not show up for you. It's appropriate.
Well, it's a response. Is it appropriate?
It's an appropriate response to those conditions. Now, when you come in contact with a man who is accountable, it's not an appropriate response. So it's given that sort of thing an understanding. And I have seen women soften. When a woman starts dating a man who is accountable, who's a real man in that sense, they soften. How could they not soften? They do soften. They heal from that. And the trust goes both ways, because a lot of men, like a Kevin Samuels, they act like they don't trust women at all. They have trust issues when it comes to women.
Wasn't he divorced a couple of times? And the lady he was with, was that a hooker? Like if you're
We
like,
don't
if
know.
you're alone in an apartment with a woman you just met, I mean, what was really going on? And you died. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting.
But even a Kevin Samuels, deep down inside, he wants to be seen. He wants to be heard. He wants to be loved.
Everybody wants to be loved.
He wants to. And I think it would have been better if he had built his channel on just that premise. If he had been honest with himself, he said, you know what? Sometimes I'm hurt by women, but I really want to be loved by a woman. If he had just built his channel on that, I think we'd be so far progressive in our relationship with each other.
Well, you know what I think? I would say you have to understand balance. It all comes down to balance, right? Like, I can empathize all day with what you went through, but there's a point where you got to take the ball and take accountability.
Right.
But there's a point where, like if you go to any penitentiary that's full of rapists and murderers or whatever, and ask them, how did you grow up? They literally will tell you terrible stories about things that happened to him. R. Kelly went through hell.
And I'm very happy because R. Kelly is getting his sentence reduced.
Right.
Because they're starting to.
But let's just be clear, though. He did a lot of terrible things.
Yes.
And a lot of that, I believe, was driven by his choices. When he was famous and had all the money, and I don't think he would have listened to somebody who tried to help him. I think that he felt that he could feed the demon and not be held accountable and not ever, have a consequence for his choices. And so, in my mind, as much as I can certainly turn to, okay, I do things this way because this is what happened to me when I was a kid or whatever. The fact that I can even acknowledge that means that I also can acknowledge my own personal power in making my own choices.
Mm-hmm. But there are some unseen. There's some unknown about you.
There is,
you may not understand that you may not be able to make the connection between how your current behavior relates to the things that have happened to you in your past. Some people don't have that level of insight in their behavior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would just generally say, anytime you're getting advice from anyone, whether you talk about the Kevin Samuels type stuff or the Derek Jackson type stuff, anybody who gives you advice and doesn't hold you accountable is not helping you. If they literally create an enemy and make you feel that most of your problems are due to the inadequacies of your adversary, that's just not helping you. That's just giving you a scapegoat.
Yeah, that's why I say it has to be deconstructed, because some of the problem is you, some of the problem is not. We can't say it's just one or the other. So you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, Kay Stewart thinks Kevin Samuels' message was intentionally sabotaged. I don't.
It wasn't sabotage.
I can see that happening though. But here's the thing. I think that's where he should have been a little more careful about the sound bites, because the sound bites are what made him famous, but the sound bites are also what made him vilified, right? Because he told that lady she was going to die alone. Did you really have to say that? Maybe you could say, look, you may want to consider another point of view. But when you say, fuck you, you're going to die alone, or these broads, they get on my nerves, whatever. Well, then people are going to grab that, so, or if you say 35 women over 35 are leftovers, well, that's bullshit. That's just not true. There are gorgeous women that are 35, 45, 55 and beyond.
Yeah, so
let's stop that.
To make categorical statements about an entire group of people, you lose me there anyway.
And that's a terrible thing to say. I mean,
it's not even true.
Right. And then I would really hope nobody over 35 would ever believe something stupid like that's a crazy remark. And you're 57 years old. Like, you're old already. Like, you're literally picking an age that's 22 years younger than the age you are right now. And you're saying anybody over the age that's a woman is a leftover. But no, I'm not. And I really just kind of think it's cartoonish in a way, because here's the thing though. The reality is that things do change as you get older, right? So if you're a woman that's in your 20s and you got all these men to choose from, but you don't want to commit because you think you're going to be young and gorgeous forever, that's just not true. You should probably think about some of those things, even if it's not politically correct to do so. But that doesn't mean your life is over when you hit a certain age. We know that's not true. But the same thing is true with men. And this is where I would actually say that I would say this directly to Kevin. If I was talking to him directly, I would say, look, you're 57. You can't run around with women you met 24 hours ago at 57 years old without knowing, like, your old ass might just drop dead from a heart attack, and you don't want to be laying next to some lady who doesn't know you. You need a woman that really loves you. It might not be a wife, but you need a woman that you committed to, where you've had her back financially and otherwise, so that she's gonna come visit your old ass if you sitting up in the hospital with a stent in your heart, or you on the damn, was it the stroke ward, like that lady did that video. You in the stroke ward and you need somebody to wipe your ass. That's the question I would ask most men over 50 is, what woman do you know who will wipe your ass? If you can't think of any, then you in trouble, dude.
Then you made some mistakes in your life.
Right.
You have made some mistakes.
Right. You gotta build relationships. You can't just chase easy vagina.
But then when he's coming from a place where he thinks he's just better than everybody, if you come and you're looking down on everybody, nobody wants to be around you.
Well, that part is, I think, a personal statement, and I get it. I mean,
he's looking down on people.
Yeah, but I actually resonated with kind of the more direct approach to things. Like I that direct language that Kevin used, I actually get that, because that's what you get from a football coach or from a dad, and I like that. I like masculine. I respect, like, a masculine leadership is needed in the Black community. We don't have enough of that, so I think that the masculinity of the message was very traumatized. It was shocking for people, almost like when I worked with Ice Cube on the political stuff. People were not used to masculine negotiation coming from the Black community. They were used to us buckling and praying and hoping that the Democrats are going to be nice to us and telling each other to vote even for no reason. Ice Cube said, "No, I'm negotiating with you," and I respected him for that. So to that extent, that was the part, of Kevin's message that I thought was cool.
But you don't need to talk to, like, if you came to me and you talked to me that way, I wouldn't have wanted to marry you.
Right.
You were very kind and gentle to me.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Yeah, don't talk to me like that.
Right.
So I think that was the problem with his, with what he was doing, how he was talking to women. That wasn't.
Remember those women volunteered to go on the show, though. I thought for whatever reason those were, and I think that it's maybe because they were used to getting like that.
They're
advice
accustomed to that kind of thing.
Well, they were used to their uncles or their dad or whatever, and I can understand that, but I think that that's the type of trust that they're giving you, that you have to honor that, and you can't just say, because you don't agree with me, you're gonna die alone. Or, you're over 35, you're a leftover. Like, who would want
He didn't do a good job. And I have listened as much as I could listen to some of his videos. He didn't do a good job listening to them.
Mm-hmm.
He did not listen to them. He cut them off a lot. He would ask them a question, and then as soon as they started to answer the question, he would just cut them off and go on some tirade. He was constantly triggered by the things that they were saying.
Yeah.
It was very damaging. He was very damaging.
He definitely could have used some therapy. Because you could tell when he would just get really mad and frustrated, it was like, wow, like, she really said something that really triggered you, which means that you've connected it to something that has happened in your past, or a frustration that you already had. I mean, you're the therapist, not me.
No, I mean, it doesn't take a therapist to see that. I have to have a 20 years of experience, clinical experience like I have, to be able to see that. It's clear.
We know who was really good was that one brother that was on that show on Vice. That the therapist that you really liked, who would literally sit down would sit down and talk to like a crazy rapper, like Chief Keef.
Yes.
And would just listen to them and talk through their experiences and have these breakthroughs and insights. And I was so impressed with this brother because of his patience. What is his name?
You know what? We don't know his name because it is a very long name.
Okay.
It was called, what was it called? The Therapist, right? On Vice TV. And it was an Indian name he had. But that is a sense of masculinity that is healing.
Yeah.
He needs to have his own show. He needs to have more of a show.
I will admit I learned a lot from watching him because he sat down with some people, like he sat down with Young M.A. and some other artists.
His name was Sing something.
Yeah, and I like that. I was like, okay, because that's the thing, and I really think everybody, I hope you'll hear this, is that if you're really trying to correct something or help somebody, listening is a really important skill to have. And I have to even continue to get better at listening. I'm not the best listener all the time. Sometimes I want to hear myself talk. But I would say, if you get that urge to cut people off, you don't have to do that. If you let them get it out, and let them know that you understand what they're saying, then they're going to be more likely to hear you than you just getting mad and cussing them out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The compassion piece.
Yeah, I think that does work. But anyway, by the way, you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. Oh, there's his name. Antoine put it in here.
Look. They have his name. It's a long name, right?
Yeah, but we should put his name up here because his brother was good. Dr. Siri Sat Nam Singh.
I knew it was something Singh. Wow. Yeah, he was excellent.
Yeah, look him up. Look him up and look up his show, because this was a brother that really did a great job.
Oh, it was beautiful
of connecting. I would watch the transformation and be like astonished. And so anyway, by the way, you listen to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I lay against my pillow with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and we talk about all kinds of interesting things in the Black community. Dr. Alicia is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and also a life coach. So if you'd like to learn more about what she does, you can visit coachingwithdralicia.com. And also, don't forget, in Atlanta on July 22nd, she's hosting a speed dating event. If you'd like to meet some people and mingle and everything else, then feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You can register. You have to register in advance. It's July 22nd at the Black House, or AKA the Legacy Center in Atlanta. So boyceandalicia.com is where you can go for that. All right, so Singh is Indonesia for Smith. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, so I guess we can, as far as my final thought.
Okay.
On a lot of this, let's go back to the strong Black woman thing. I think that we should all try to understand, where this comes from, right? Why Black women are forced through slavery, oppression, racism, sexism to become these strong Black people. And I respect that. But also, I think that part of your strength needs to be having that ability to do enough self-reflection so that you can evolve and adjust to the world around you. To know that being strong ain't always the right answer for every situation. That there's some situations where, being a little more open and vulnerable, or at least understanding when you're in the presence of a strong man that you want to keep around, that there's a way to talk to men. You got to talk to men and deal with men in a certain way to make them feel appreciated. And if you don't, then it's okay. It's just that man may not want to be around you. And so the question you got to ask yourself is, can you be strong in connection and conjunction with another person? Because I think that if you can tame that strength and calibrate it and use it in a way that's beneficial to you, then you can be stronger together. You're always stronger together than you are doing it by yourself. Doing it by yourself does not work. And when you, and you can't have a one size fits all approach to life, and I think that's really important to kind of know. So yeah, if you're dealing with the weak Negroes, the broken men, the hobosexuals, as we call them, that just want to mooch off people, then yeah, you got to be strong. You walk away from that. But when you deal with a man that, that doesn't fit that category, don't run up in there competing with him and knocking him out of the way and not trusting him and not supporting him, because I don't know about other men, but that wouldn't be appealing to me.
Yeah, but I think when they come off as the fact that they don't trust you and there's no reason for it, talk to them and say, wow, I didn't give you any reason not to trust me, but you didn't. What happened for you right in that moment? And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I really do think it's a teachable moment. Let me tell you about my past. Let me tell you what I've been through. Mm-hmm. Oh, God. Okay. I totally get that. Let me tell you what I need from you now that you've heard my story. Mm-hmm. You have to be there. And I think we make these phrases like Black don't crack, it's almost like it refers to our skin, mm-hmm. Because, we look a lot younger than other people, but it's also we are not going to crack. There's nothing in us that's going to crack. And even phrases like Black girl magic. Why I have to be magical? Why are you putting that on me to be magical? I mean, it's all of these phrases geared toward women that we're some super extraordinary people because we've had to do super extraordinary things in conditions that we never should have been in the first place.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, I have to admit though, I kind of think it's cool that Black women are so capable. I do. I love Black girl magic. I love watching Black women.
I'm
dominate.
not your superwoman.
Right. Well, that's the thing. But here's the thing: you are a superwoman. You are a strong woman. And what I do, my approach with you is, as the strong Black woman that you are, is I just I choose the role that I want to take in supporting that. I back you up. It's like, okay, if you choose to be strong in that moment, that's like cool. I'm gonna let her do her thing, but I'm always there in case she needs me. And then sometimes when I see you getting overworked or overheated, I say, okay, sit down. I got this.
Yeah, I am run down.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can be run down. I could lose my patience with the kids, especially when I'm run down.
Yeah.
It's been a long week and they've been testing me. They've been testing me, boys.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
tough.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think that Black women being strong is a curse. I think it's more like it's like anything else. If you overdose, then it becomes a problem. It becomes toxic. It becomes unhealthy. But a healthy amount of strength is good for, I think, life. It's good for a relationship. I never wanted to marry a woman who was like a weak little powder puff who would just crumble under any type of pressure. Because shit, being Black is hard. I need to know that you're gonna be ready to go to battle with me. I need to know that you're gonna be ready for the pressures that come.
Wakanda forever, boys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna got my sword.
Yeah, being married to me is hard. I mean, think about it. Look at what happened when we got married, and I put the proposal video online. 1 million people watched the video. A lot of people said good things, but then there was a strand of people that were really just, very nasty. They were nasty toward me and you. They called me a simp for loving a Black woman, which makes them absolute pieces of shit in my book. But then also, they were talking about you, and you just handled it like a vet. You didn't crumble. You didn't say, "Oh my God." You just kind of laughed it off. Like I said, okay, cool. I married a sturdy woman, and that's what I wanted. I know sturdy sounds like
sturdy.
It sounds like a horse. Like I just bought a good horse.
I'm a horse.
Yeah, no, but seriously, but that's what I knew I needed. Like I couldn't. The world I live in is not a simple world. It comes with a lot of benefits. Like traveling around the world and, a decent amount of money, but it also comes with, with some.
It comes with some challenges. Boys,
yeah.
It's challenging sometimes with you.
Yeah, I know I'm a challenge, and then also people's reaction to me can be a challenge, right? And I just knew, and just speaking on stereotypes, honestly, when I was younger, I remember thinking, I don't want to marry an AKA. I want to marry a woman who's built like a Delta.
Oh my Lord!
The Delta, I feel like I know no disrespect to any AKs in the room. My sister's an AK, but the AKs I knew in college, they were just so flimsy. A lot of them.
Were they?
Yeah, they came off to me like the types who would like dump you if you lost your job.
Oh my goodness! See, that's a stereotype. That's not true.
Or if you were really popular and you lose your popularity, they would break up with you.
Don't talk about Kim like that.
I know,
I'm thinking about my friend Kim.
It's not every AKA.
Don't talk about her.
Oh, Dog Blues mentioned Bell Hooks. Ain't I a woman? Yeah, Bell Hooks.
I love that.
R.I.P. to Bell Hooks.
Yes.
You know that my cousin called me and told me that she found out Bell Hooks was her aunt.
Wow. I wonder what she's really like. She's got a whole museum. Did you know that?
Does she? Where?
Where's she from? She's from Kentucky. She has got a museum in Kentucky.
Wow.
Or some house or something that's a museum.
Well, shout out to
She has a foundation.
Shout out to Bell Hooks.
Bell Hooks was very brave. She talked about her family dynamics. Her writings were superb, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
We gotta look it up.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, all right, guys. Anyway. Well, you know what? I think we've kind of drilled into this topic pretty deeply. Just so you know, I know I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and Alicia does too. So if you disagree with some things that we said today, that's okay. We encourage disagreement. We encourage debate. And I hope that you're okay with us saying things that maybe challenge your thinking as well. I think that's how we make each other better and stronger and everything else. So if you could, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, share, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. Also, if you'd like a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can go to boyceandalicia.com. And in addition to that, don't forget that next week on the 22nd, Alicia's hosting a speed dating event in Atlanta at 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you'd like to come and hang out and meet some interesting people, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can register there as well. So thank you guys, and please have a great day. It was wonderful talking to you, and I look forward to another Pillow Talk.
Okay. Bye, everybody.